Okay. Let's see how we're doing. Okay, thanks for starting to join, everyone. I'm getting some people joining now. So, today I want to do something a little bit different, right? I've been thinking of how we can get more engagement with the audience, okay? So I've been coming up with some ideas to get more engagement with the audience, and I've, because of the cameras are, the wrong way around, I've had to write backwards, basically. But I was thinking we could start keeping count of, we could start a tally during the debate. So someone does a straw man and says something like, oh, so you think all life is suffering? We'll go, oh, that's one straw man for them. And we've got some more as well. We've got dodged a question. So start with yourself. That's a good one. We could keep a tally for that as well. That's a great idea, Shroom. I'm going to need more paper for all of this, aren't I? Let's see. Do we have any paper lying around? Maybe. In the meantime, for everyone else, we're looking to do some debates, looking to get some conversations going, so hoping some people will join the queue. We can bring them on stage and start discussing this. In the meantime, I'm going to look at some more paper so we can keep track of the "why don't you unalive yourself" crowd. That's a good one. How would you do the extinction thing in practice? Somebody's asking. We would and are. It's not in practice or in theory, we're doing it. So we have to grow the movement until we have enough people to change the world, make it against suffering, and then we start carrying out extinction for animals in a bit by bit, organized way. It won't be a single event, it has to be a little bit by bit while we remove our dependence on them so that we can have humans with no animals on the planet and still survive. That might be difficult, but I think we can do it. We've got all the time in the world to do it, and it's the right thing to do. Then we start researching how to prevent life developing on planets and the universe so that it doesn't come back on Earth or anywhere else, and we could potentially leave that to AI and robots. And as soon as humanity is no longer useful and no longer needs to be in danger, that's when we make it go forcefully extinct. So humanity is the vehicle for universal prevention of suffering. Okay, I agree, total extinction all at once. No, that's unlikely. There's a small chance that we can come up with technology that will, destroy the entire universe and prevent it coming back ever again. If that ever happens, then sure, we'll go for it, but it's not likely to happen. It's much more likely to be a bit by bit, organized and structured thing. Okay, still waiting for people to join. Nobody in the queue just yet. So while we're waiting, we can create some more tallies for crazy things. So if anyone's got more suggestions, we're going to be keeping, little tallies to boost the engagement. So dodged a question tally, straw man tally. If you can think of anything else, then let me know, and I'll make a card now. But yeah, it's annoying. I have to write it backwards because the camera. That's how cameras work, isn't it? Okay. Hopefully everyone's been watching my videos today. I was pretty happy with the one I put out today. Cora's having a nervous breakdown apparently. What would you do about the fact that people probably won't join the movement? Yeah, so that's the most difficult part of our mission, is the fact that there's human resistance. People will resist against extinction. They're going to try and stop us from doing it. And, essentially these disabled people run the world right now. So I've just made a video on how essentially people that glorify life do have a mental disability. They're blind to suffering. They're incapable of being responsible with life and suffering, completely incapable. And, their positions on it are completely upside down as well. It's like as bad as it could get. Would you like to get into politics with your movement? Yes, absolutely. as soon as we can, we'll be, running for office. And we don't just want to get into politics. We want to run the politics of the planet. We have to take power of the planet in order to carry out extinction. There's no other way it could work. And considering the moral obligation, the severity of the suffering in the world, we have to do it. It's not optional. And you can't carry out total permanent extinction without controlling the world, right? You'd be going up against the government trying to do things in an organized way as a minority insurgency group. No, you have to have government control to be able to do this properly. Let's see what other questions we've got. What's the party going to be called? That's a great question. The pro-extinction movement, it's a great name, but you could potentially do better. It could be the most ethical party. How about that? Something like that, because if we, when we are running the politics, we won't be just doing extinction. We'll have to be, running society as well, trying to make it perfect for everyone, which is going to involve, universal basic income. Everyone gets, at least one robot for free to make life easier for you. Working will be optional. Basically, we need robots to be doing all the jobs, to automate work, right? So that no one has to be working ever again. That's the plan. That's kind of obviously what a utopia should be. So we should be creating utopia for the humans while we still need them. As soon as we don't need humans, they'll be made extinct. They won't have to suffer anymore. But they're currently the only vehicle for creating the universal system against suffering and birth and life. Have you suffered an above average amount compared to other people? Yes, absolutely. I don't really go into too much detail, but it's, absolutely yes. Okay, what other questions have we got? You try first and then we'll all follow you. I haven't actually made the tally for that just yet, but I've got to write it backwards, so give me a second. How about, we'll just call it you first, all right? We'll call that for the tally. Yeah, so for everyone else that's only just joined us recently, today we're doing debates, we're doing discussions. So if you want to debate or ask questions, come up onto the stage, we'll get you up. And today we're trying to make it more interactive, more engaging for everyone. So we've got little tallies so we can keep track of everyone, if they dodged a question, or if they've used a straw man. So we'll be able to see at the end of the debates, how many times they've, used a fallacy and stuff. But let's go with the you first thing. And we've got a couple people joining us now, so I'm going to try and get someone on right now.
Excuse me, hello?
Hello, how you doing?
I'm good. So, if you want to cause extinction, why don't you just kill yourself so you don't suffer no more?
Yeah, I'm still writing the tally, so give me a second. But hold that thought, because that's going to be really relevant in a second. Right, can everyone see that? You first. So there's one for the tally. That's one for today. There was also one in the chat, so we'll put that down as 2. All right, thank you for coming on and giving us our first tally for crazy people encouraging suicide, like yourself. We're against suicide, by the way, but you have people come on the show saying, please commit suicide, you first, right? That is technically illegal, right? You should be reported to the police just for saying that. TikTok, though, is not very good at upholding the law. Someone recently posted extremely indecent images of children on the comments section of one of my videos, and I reported it, obviously, and TikTok said no violations found. TikTok is wild when it comes to that kind of stuff. It's just run by AI. Hello, how you doing?
Hey, listen, I usually come on here to troll you. Do you remember me?
Well, I get a lot of trolls, but go ahead.
Well, actually, this last time I did, you called me out and you wanted to debate me, and I wasn't quite ready, and I did look pretty bad. So this time, I'm gonna debate you properly. So
Go for it. Okay, so we should end all suffering. Go.
So we should end all suffering. Don't you think it's a little hypocritical for you to say that and then stand here preaching it instead of.
Okay, so that's one for the that's another one for the tally.
No, I'm not
Euthum.
encouraging it. I'm not encouraging it. I'm just pointing it out. What's your counter argument to that?
That's the third one on the tally.
Can you respond?
Yeah, so it would be counterproductive for me to cease to exist, right? As I was explaining on the stream yesterday, life is going to keep going no matter if you cease to exist or not, right? So opting out actually is counterproductive to extinction because you have to actively do it. You can't just have passive solutions, opt out, and hope it'll happen.
Well, you're kind of treating suffering as the only thing that matters. Why do you think reducing suffering is the goal instead of like flourishing? You know what I mean?
Yeah, because if we don't care about the sufferers, then that's selfish and unethical and immoral, right? If you just completely disregard the sufferers and say, forget them, let's have fun and just ignore them, then it's completely unethical, completely wrong, and the sufferers need help more than you need fun.
Right, but how is making sure they're dead benefiting them? Like you can't save someone from suffering by making sure they don't exist or by killing them, because
Really?
there's no one's going to be better off.
So why does euthanasia exist? You think it's incredibly misguided?
Okay, wait, hold on. Let me think about that for like 5 seconds. Euthanasia, it kind of works because that specific person is a subject and they need to be relieved.
Yeah.
You're respecting their
So
assessment of
that
life.
completely contradicts what you just said before.
Well, no, it's because it's a consentful choice.
No, it's not.
How is it not?
Because animals don't consent to it, and most people getting euthanized don't consent to it either. They're, disabled, they've got, advanced dementia or some other sort of physical illness. They get the plug pulled on them.
Yeah, but we're assessing that their suffering is severe and unfixable.
Yeah, exactly.
On
So
actual
that's-
conditions like terminal illness and agony. It's
Yeah.
not like the animal might suffer someday, so let's kill it. You know what I mean?
Why?
It's
Why
kind of
not?
like,
Why not? That's exactly what we should do.
wait, I understand your point.
Yeah, that's exactly what we should do. Use euthanasia to prevent suffering.
But that animal is actively suffering. Why are you assuming everyone else is suffering?
Oh, there we go. That's the first one for the straw man. So, yeah, that's our first one for that today.
Straw man. All right, tell me how
One
that's
straw man,
tell me how
which
that's a
is,
straw
yeah,
man.
I never said I assume that everyone else is suffering.
Well,
But
then
they're
why
in
do you
danger
want
of
to forcefully
suffering.
euthanize
But
everyone
they're,
else?
because it's better to be safe than to be in danger.
But they're not going to be. You're assuming that we can benefit people from suffering by. No one's going to benefit from that because they're going to be dead.
So if you remember earlier in the conversation,
Yeah.
right, you said that people would benefit from euthanasia.
Yeah, but that's because there's concrete evidence that they're suffering.
Right, but there's also
Whether it's a
concrete
terminal
evidence.
illness or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But there's also concrete evidence that many of them will suffer, right? So yeah, prevention is better than treatment.
But you're assuming that the safe option, or what you're saying, has no cost. It's a
Oh no, I
guarantee.
never
What
said
you're
that.
saying
So
is a
hang on,
guarantee.
let's mark that down as another straw man.
How? It's a
Okay,
guaranteed
that's-
total loss of every good thing
that's two
forever
straw
to
mans.
avoid a possible bad thing. You don't burn down a house to avoid a risk of a kitchen fire. You know what I mean?
Well, I never said that there would be no cost. So yeah, that's your second straw man. You're on 2 now.
Then how can you possibly justify the cost?
Because it's the other way around. How can you possibly justify causing extreme suffering for a bit of fun? You can't. Actually, it's the other way around. Only zero suffering is acceptable. How can you justify the suffering so that some can have fun?
Well, so now you're the one proposing that action guarantees extreme suffering.
Say again?
I don't have to justify that causing suffering for fun. You have to justify that the largest mass
You
suffering
don't
event
have to
imaginable.
justify causing suffering for fun.
Hold on, let me word that differently. You're worried about
Wow.
suffering, but your plan is to be the single biggest infliction of suffering in history. You're going
No.
to be forcibly ending all life.
But
Meaning
no, that
billions
wouldn't
of
be the
beings die.
single. No, the thing is, euthanasia doesn't cause suffering; it prevents suffering. And life itself is causing way more suffering than extinction or euthanasia can cause.
Euthanasia is, yeah, I agree. It's designed to be painless.
Okay, so
But-
where's this pain? Where's this pain then? All right, we're going to count that as another straw man because you're saying that, you know, extinction is going to be painful, which is just completely false. So that's 3 straw mans now.
Well, how do you
Wanna go
plan
for
on
a fourth?
euthanizing everyone
You want to go for a fourth
if
one?
no one agrees?
Who says no one's going to agree?
Oh, come
that's,
on, you
that's number
can't-
4. That's number 4. That's
You
4
can't
straw men.
possibly think that everyone's going to agree to be euthanized.
That's 5 straw men. Because
that's-
firstly you said no one's going to agree, which is obviously wrong, and then you said everyone's going to disagree. So yeah, you're on 5 now. Do you want to go for 6?
Can you tell me a way to peacefully end all life simultaneously?
It doesn't matter if you do, but ideally we can, and it doesn't have to be at the same time either, right? But
Well, don't you
if you
think
don't
don't you think the death of a relative is painful?
say again.
Don't you think the death of a relative is painful or a friend? You're causing more suffering by doing this, no?
What, you think that death is the ultimate, you know, cause lots of suffering, so it's a bad thing? Well, then extinction is the right thing to do because there'll be less death and less suffering in the long term.
I
Isn't
just
that
don't
obvious?
think you can at scale make mass extinction painless.
Well, again, it doesn't need to be painless, right? It's already going to reduce suffering compared to, you know, not doing it. So if you're worried about suffering, then yeah, extinction is your best friend, right?
All right. Well, listen. I'll come back on a different live, and then I'll continue debating you. This is interesting, but I have other things to attend to. Thanks so much.
Okay, thanks for coming up. So he finished on, well, he started with, why don't you go first? And then he finished with 5 straw men. And there was at least 1 or 2 dodged questions as well. Okay. Thank you, assistant. My pen broke. So let's get our next guest on. We've got Moss joining us now. Moss coming up. Moss, how you doing?
Hello.
How are
I'm
you?
okay. How are you? I'm okay.
Great.
How are you?
Good, good. Do you have any questions?
I'm sorry I disappeared yesterday. It was internet problems.
That's okay.
Right now I don't have maybe important question, but I was thinking about you talk about people and animals. How about plants?
Yeah, plants should go extinct as well. They can evolve into sentient life potentially. So yeah, we have to be as thorough as possible.
Do you think it's possible to do that, to kill all the plants on the
Yeah.
planet?
Yeah, I mean plants survive on sunlight, right? So you know, even if you just remove the sunlight, that would be one way to do it. But they also rely on air and, you know, chemicals in the air, right? So there's lots of ways that you could deal with it. I mean, most of the planets in the universe have no life, right? So, you know, for Earth, you know, we could just try and make it more similar to those planets.
Okay, maybe second question, crazy one. Some people say that maybe we are suffering so much because there are some aliens and this is like a prison planet or something like that. Maybe we should fight the aliens, or you're not thinking about that?
Well, I mean, no. The thing is, aliens aren't causing our suffering. Nature is causing our suffering. Being alive is causing our suffering, right? Aliens aren't giving you cancer. Aliens aren't giving you depression. Aliens aren't making animals in nature eat each other.
No, there is this idea that we are like living like in a matrix, like in a game where they made this place so like painful that get some kind of energy from us, like, you know, like in a movie Matrix.
Yeah, I think it's just a conspiracy theory. I don't think there's any real evidence for it.
But if that would be true, would you want to fight aliens instead?
Yeah, why not? We'll do whatever's right.
Okay, thank you. I didn't have any more questions.
Thank you for coming on. Yeah, so it's not just about extinction, and that's not the obsession or anything. It's just about doing whatever's right, doing whatever's best. So yeah, if that means that aliens are the main threat, then that's what we'd be doing. But suffering is the main threat. Okay, we've got someone else coming on. Cora's asking if I blocked her gifts. No, I got a restriction from the AI on TikTok. It gives you a restriction sometimes for repetitive behavior, which is the most nonsense thing that they do, honestly. And that blocks you from getting gifts. Roman, hello, how are you doing?
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you.
I'm just wondering, what within your life has led you to these beliefs and to this, ideology, sort of?
Yeah. By the way, Cora, I think it's working now. Try again. But yes, Roman. So what led me to this is essentially I, grew up kind of watching the news and, trying to be involved in the world and try and, follow the left wing and try and be on the good side of things. But over time, I got more and more fed up with the people I was watching. I'd be watching some sort of left wing channel or a news channel, and I'd just start to get fed up with them and think, they're not doing enough, right? This isn't going anywhere. So eventually I started looking for something better, a way to make the world really better, right? And it was very difficult to find anything. And eventually the pro-extinction movement contacted me through Reddit. They were doing activism, looking for new people to join. And yeah, they explained the movement to me, explained that they're working to end all suffering for everyone. And, I thought, this is perfect. I have to get on board.
That's really interesting. Do you think anything happens after death?
No.
So you think it's just the end after extinction?
Yeah.
All right then. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Roman. Right, moving on. We've got Stevie the TV coming on. Hello.
Hello, hello.
How's it going?
I'm good. How are you? Listen, I was here in the live earlier, and you said that everyone would consent to mass extinction. If I'm getting that right, can you just elaborate on that?
No, yeah. So you won't get full consent for sure, which is why you have to do it forcefully.
So you admit that it's against everyone's will? Well, not everyone's. The
Most
people that don't
people's, yeah,
consent.
most people, not everyone's though.
But ending all suffering, it also ends all joy, love, meaning, beauty.
Yeah, but
You're only counting one column of the ledger. You know what I mean?
yeah, but that's the same argument that someone could use to justify child abuse and say, well, let's not stop the abuse because you're only worrying about the suffering and not the pleasure of the abuser.
No, that's different because there's a victim involved.
But how is it different? There's victims of suffering in this world.
But why force their suffering onto every single person on the planet and every single animal and plant, everything?
Well, we're not talking about forcing their suffering onto everyone. It's kind of the opposite. It's the end of all suffering.
And relief, it requires someone to be relieved. You're just deleting people. There's no relief. There's just nothing.
Well, then, should you outlaw euthanasia then for pets and for, elderly and the sick?
Well, no, of course
You're
not,
making the
because-
same awful, terrible argument that the last person was making.
Okay, well then I'll highlight on something else, right?
Say again.
So you have the word only in all capitals in the text above you, right?
Yeah.
So you would say that it's morally more correct to kill the starving than feeding them.
I would say that you have to do whatever's right in a systematic, organized way. So whatever's right is whatever, the authority, an ethical authority is doing, I would say. So taking action into your own hands, not a good thing. But if it were in a moral vacuum, then non-existence is better than existence.
But if it were in a moral vacuum,
Yeah. You know what that means, right?
not a clue, sorry, mate. But
A moral vacuum means where, it's not on Earth, It's not in the real world. It's just a complete hypothetical where it's in the middle of nowhere, right? Out in the middle of the universe, in the middle of nothing, right? It's not connected to anything. Any action or anything that happens in this hypothetical is not going to affect anyone on Earth or anyone else ever, anywhere, right? So that's a moral vacuum. So in a moral vacuum, I would say, yes, absolutely, non-existence is better than existence, especially when they're in danger of unacceptable suffering.
Okay, interesting stance. Interesting stance. You know what? I'll give you this one. I don't think I can debate you.
Okay, well, thank you for coming on, Stevie. Yeah, there is no sort of counter argument to extinction because it's sort of the height of ethics, basically. It's the maximum ethics, the logical conclusion of ethics. Whereas, a Neanderthal, an animal in nature, they don't have ethics, right? They have, if they do have any ethics, it's like the most basic ethics, the worst ethics possible. So humanity is not immune to that, right? People think that humanity is fully evolved, but really humans are just Neanderthals that are slightly better than Neanderthals, but really just Neanderthals. So people really need to understand that because everyone thinks that we're fully evolved, but we're not, right? Well, some of us are, but most people are not. They are essentially just animals or Neanderthals. They're still stuck in that phase of evolution where they are mostly animals, right? That's why people animalistically reproduce. They're animalistically selfish. They're animalistically, don't care about the suffering of others. They approve of exploitation and abuse as long as you're having fun and it benefits you. So the vast majority of humanity are essentially Neanderthals, essentially disabled and incapable of making ethical and responsible decisions. Hello, how you doing? Empress, how are you? Can you hear us, Empress? Okay, I guess not. Kicking Empress out. Right, nobody is in the queue right now, so if you want to join, let's have it. Let's have you. In the meantime, we'll take the comments from the chat. They're basically primates. How can you be so sure of yourself? Well, it's sort of, everyone has their own confidence and certain levels of certainty and confidence, Cora. So in the same way that you're confident that 1 + 1 = 2, right? We can be confident about other things as well. Someone was asking me recently, they said, I agree that extinctionism is genetic, and I completely agree with everything that you're saying about it, but I can't support it unless there's absolute direct proof. And I'm like, you don't need it, right? That's the exact same as the people coming on and saying you have to prove that child abuse is bad. You have to prove that extreme suffering is bad. No, you really don't need that. You can just rely on logical, rational deductions. Okay? So in the same way, you can absolutely say that smarter people should have kids and that, Becky down the street is not going to be producing that many geniuses, maybe some, but probably not that many. So genetics, that's, brain chemistry and structure and everything. It's based on genetics. Better genetics create better brains. You just have to think of Neanderthals to understand that that's correct, right? So, people are asking me, you've got to prove this. How can you be so sure, James? It's just ultra simple logic, right? Ultra basic. It's very obvious. You wouldn't think of a Neanderthal as being just as smart as you. And so, why would every single human have the exact same intelligence either? It doesn't make sense. And it's just completely not true. Okay, we've got someone else. Let's get them up. Bringing them on now. Hello, how you doing?
Hello. I was just thinking about the procedure, how to accomplish the goal of complete extinction and how to make sure that this procedure does not produce as much suffering or even more suffering than
Yeah, no,
currently.
that's not a concern. It's impossible to cause more suffering with extinction than you prevent.
How come? Or okay, it depends maybe on the system that you are figuring, or that you're thinking about. But what would be the exact procedure then? I think the idea theoretically is, you cannot argue with that, but what's a way to get there?
In what can you be more specific in terms of? Do you mean like for the movement to be
Yeah,
successful?
I mean,
or-
what is the way to reach extinction? How to get there? Is it a giant bomb, or
No.
I mean,
So it has to
there
be
will be
bit by
people
bit, bit by
that-
bit, structured, organized, and euthanasia. So we're not talking about a single event or a virus or anything. It'll be euthanasia, which may well take the form of a gas. Quite potentially, right? Seems like a good way to go with it. So yeah, it's going to be euthanasia.
Okay, but there will be people that don't agree with this idea, and
Yeah. Well, actually, you don't know that for sure, right? We may be able
if
to
you force them,
genetically.
there will be chaos. There will be war.
Not
There
necessarily.
will be.
No, you're just making assumptions.
Yeah, this is an assumption, but the whole thing is an assumption how to create the system.
Is it?
Everything is based on an assumption.
No,
because
you're just
this whole
making.
debate
No,
is
the thing is,
theoretical.
the thing is, it is different because you're saying this will definitely happen in the future, right? That is an assumption, and that is illogical. It's not the same.
I think this. I mean, based on history, every time you force people to do something they don't want to do, their chaos appeared and was created, and with this chaos came along a lot of suffering. So, if it's about something that's as existential as existence itself and extinction itself, I mean, I cannot imagine that there won't be any suffering with this process.
In
You know
World
what I
War
mean?
II, would you have refused to participate?
Sorry?
So would you refuse to defend your country in a war? Would you, chicken out?
I think so, yes.
Okay. Well, then you can't really be coming up here giving advice, can you? If you're saying that you're a coward.
Okay, but this is a very emotional level. I'm just trying to figure out what the system could be in an objective way. What would be the concrete steps, and how you make sure that not more suffering is being created. I think this is just a tough question to answer.
No, it's a very easy question. It's impossible to cause more suffering with extinction than you prevent. Impossible.
Okay, this is an assumption as well. I mean,
it's not.
This is not
Really
falsifiable.
No,
what
it's
you're
not.
saying?
No, it's completely true. Look, even if we had to torture everyone for 10,000 years, right? Horrifically, it would still be better than the alternative of billions of years of more suffering. So it doesn't even begin to make sense how you could cause more suffering with extinction.
It's also hard to quantify what's more. I mean, you have to.
It's really not. It's a piece of cake.
And there are 8 billion people. There are 8 billion people alive.
A toddler could do it.
Hmm?
A toddler could understand that. Billions of years of suffering. It's impossible to cause that much with a few years. A toddler would probably understand that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so. This is
4-year-old, just point at the bigger number. I think they'd be able to do it. Can you do it?
I mean, it basically comes down also to the question: what's better, to kill 1 person or to kill 10? Alternatively, I think
What are you talking about? What's that got to do? What are you talking about?
I mean, you want to erase 8 billion people and every animal alive, and you're stating that this is for sure not causing as much suffering as
Billions of years
keeping
of
them alive.
suffering. Yeah, that's obvious, right? That should be, horrifically obvious. And what suffering is it going to cause anyway? Euthanasia doesn't cause suffering, and it actually prevents a worse suffering.
If someone agrees to do that, then it might not cause suffering. But forcing people to do this, I think this is the problem. The problem lies in the question how to get this thing done. I think this is not consistent. But okay, this is your opinion. But at this point, I think we agree to disagree. But interesting stance.
Well, no,
but I think
really
it's
making any sense. You're saying that euthanasia can cause more suffering than billions of years of
not euthanasia itself, but the steps before. How to get this done. This is the problem.
How is a little bit of anxiety going to be more suffering than billions of years of extreme suffering?
No, a little bit of anxiety. I mean, you imply that it's gonna be a little bit of suffering.
You think that the extinction event is going to have more suffering than the rest of time?
I think the question is wrong. It's not the comparison is wrong.
Do you not see how insane that is?
No, it's not. The question is not, does it cause more suffering?
There you go.
The question is,
that's one.
The question is, does it cause a lot of suffering? Does it cause suffering itself?
Dodged question. One.
What do you mean?
I said you dodged the question. You're evading questions. You're being dishonest.
No, I just think that there will be a lot of suffering involved.
How can you cause more suffering than you prevent? How can you cause
No. I think there will be a lot of suffering involved in the process of getting extinction realized.
He's on 2.
Okay.
Still not answering it.
Okay, what's the question again?
How can you cause more suffering with extinction than you prevent?
I think the question is wrong. It's not about how because you cannot quantify it. You cannot quantify it.
You're on 3.
You're framing this as dodging a question when the question itself doesn't make any sense.
It does make sense. You're saying that extinction will cause more suffering.
How can you quantify this? As much suffering.
You're saying extinction will cause more suffering than it prevents. So can you explain how?
It will cause more suffering than it prevents. No, this is not. This is not what I'm. This is not what I'm saying.
It is.
No, I'm saying that extinction will cause a lot of suffering, and it will cause a lot of suffering. And how can you make sure that?
How will it cause more than it prevents?
Trying to reach this goal. You will.
All right, you're out of here. You're not answering questions. You're just. He wins the award today for dodging questions. Okay. So yeah, I'm liking these little tallies. We can finally hold these dishonest debaters to account. Okay.
Hi, I was on earlier. You remember me?
Yeah, how's it going?
Yeah, it was good. I was just thinking. It's more of a philosophical kind of question, but the premise is when you're ending all life, there's no observer to be better off, right? Are you saying nothing is better than bad, and bad is worse than good?
Yeah.
Is this kind of the point?
Yeah. It's better to rest in peace than to live in danger.
But I think nothing can't be better than anything because better is a comparison that needs someone.
Do you do protests and advocate against euthanasia? Are you out in the streets saying we should ban euthanasia?
Well, that's out of the left hook. Why is that relevant?
Well, you're saying that euthanasia cannot possibly help anyone because
I've never said that.
Well, you're saying that if they don't exist, then there's nothing there, right? So it can't benefit them.
No, but there's an observer to be better off.
Right. So yeah, if there weren't, then suddenly the euthanized people who are suffering, they'd be better off living and suffering because there has to be an observer.
That's not what I'm saying. But I could see I could
I'm
see how
sure
you would get
that's
to that
not what you're saying. Uh, it's like having your hand in the cookie jar and being like, my hand isn't in the cookie jar. Don't believe your eyes. Okay, moving on. We've got Mr. Death coming up next. Death, how are you?
Hi, why I'm here? I misclick.
Oh, fair enough. Don't worry, I'll kick you out and we can move on. All right, we've got Alex joining us next. Bringing up Alex now. Hello, how you doing?
Hello.
How's it going?
I actually agree with you, and
Yeah.
it's weird because I feel like this all the time. It's like, wow, can't wait to die. That's dark. So why don't like genuinely? Why are we not just like unaliving ourselves? Like, are you not like holding out for like a light at the end of the tunnel or something?
Well, because that would be selfish, right? Understanding that life is bad for us, it would be selfish to only help ourselves, right? So we have to help everyone.
What a fucking joke. You're pretty. Okay, bye.
Okay. Moving on. I didn't have that on the bingo cards, actually, so we need more bingo cards. Hello, how you doing?
Not too bad. Yeah, yeah, like I fully agree with you. Like, it's bad to put somebody here, against their will, because we weren't aware, and your parents basically, yeah, they forced you here, like you hadn't got any say so. You were nothing. You were just nothing. You
Yeah.
didn't exist, and then they just pull you into this crazy life, where just things are just happening, like things are just like you're just observing something
Yeah,
for no
and you're
reason.
just thrown into the danger of it, right? The chaos of this world, the
Chaos,
danger of
yeah.
it.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, like I always question, like every day, I'm like, it's like everything is made up. Like people make up shit around suffering because of suffering. They make shit up. They cope, because of suffering. And
Yeah.
for me, it's like I know this, like literally everything evolves around suffering, trying to escape it. But why not? Yeah, you're right. Like this is facts. Like why not total extinction for everyone? Like
That's it.
it's
Yeah,
like
it will benefit the sufferers and it won't benefit the selfish people, but they don't really need to be having fun to
yeah,
exist. The sufferers need to not exist more.
yeah, exactly. It's like yeah, like and it's like even fun. Like yeah, I enjoy not some little things, but I wouldn't even call them enjoying. They're just escaping. Like in the back of your mind, you're like, yeah, this is it's all right, nice food. But you're like,
Surviving.
yeah,
Yeah, it's just surviving,
it's
isn't it?
yeah, yeah. Like I I even think fun is like it's just a made up shit. It's made up thing as well. It's fun. Like oh, you have fun, enjoy life. I think that's just an act. Like oh, put a smile on your face. See, there you go. You're happy. It's like yeah. It's like it's all made up. I think we have become too aware as humans. Like for us anyway. Yeah, just far we see through the whole thing.
There you go.
Yeah. All
W
right.
guessed. Well
Cheers.
said.
Cheers.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, mate. Yeah, you get it. You totally get it. So consider joining the movement. You can click on my profile, click on the link to the website, read about the movement, and consider joining us and helping us make sure that no one else has to suffer ever again. We can't just sit around and hope it'll happen. We have to take action ourselves. Watch my recent video, the most recent video on my channel. I explain how the world is basically run by disabled people, right? Mentally disabled people. So, they're allowing all of this suffering with, zero regard for it. They're actually incapable of dealing with suffering responsibly. So we have to do it. We have to take over the world. We have to change the world, make it against suffering. No one's doing it. We have to do it, and every single person that can help will massively matter, right? We live in a world where the vast majority are in favor of suffering. They think it's beautiful. So every single person that can help us change the world and abolish all of this suffering will count. So every little helps, whether you're donating or doing activism with us, helping us to grow the movement, making videos, getting new people to join so that they can make videos as well. That's what we have to do. We have to grow, and we have to change this crazy society. Tyler, hello, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I just had a couple questions because, like, it seems like you want to like kill the whole human race, basically.
Well, it's all life. All life should be safe from suffering. So animals, other life in the universe potentially, and humans as well should be made extinct so that there's no more suffering.
Right, but life is like it's valuable. Like you see no value in life, obviously.
Hang on, that's the first straw man. Let's go with number one. Okay, number one is on the board, right here. Okay, so no, I do see value in life.
It was a question. It wasn't like an attack. Like,
it was more of a statement, but yeah, go on. So no, we do see value in life, but safety from suffering has much more value, infinitely more value than some people having some shallow, temporary pleasures and fun.
right, but like if there was no pain, there would also be no enjoyment. Constant enjoyment would just lead to like a baseline. So there would be nothing. There'd be zero if it was just all happiness without suffering.
Right, but that's better than suffering, right? Nothingness is better than...
in your opinion, but not everyone wants to die.
Well, it's not in my opinion, right? It is a fact that, for a lot of life, it would be better off not being born.
I mean, yeah, some people have that opinion, but
It's not an opinion. It's not an opinion, it's a fact.
Yeah, not everyone enjoys their life to the point to where they don't want to exist, but that is that's like closed-minded because they're not really trying to.
Oh, really? So people with like extreme disabilities, chronic pain, they're just not trying hard enough. It's the victim's fault, is it? The children born into dungeons, it's their fault.
Well,
they're not trying hard enough to enjoy the experience in the dungeon. Is that right?
If there's a victim, there's an attacker. Are you saying like they were?
No, that's not true. That's not necessarily true. You can be the victim of cancer, the victim of depression, right? So there's not always an attacker.
Right, but then cancer is going to kill them. So like they're the victim of cancer, not life.
No, but you get cancer because of life, because you're alive.
Not everyone gets cancer though, bro. Why don't we put effort into curing cancer instead of killing everyone? Makes no sense.
Because the dynamic that you're suggesting is one of saying, allow suffering so that we can have fun, right? So that's an inherently immoral, abusive, exploitative sort of dynamic that you're promoting, where you can cause suffering to others as long as you enjoy it.
Right. I don't know. It's not that like I agree or that like I don't disagree, but.
So, what can you name one pleasure in this world that, justifies a child being abused to death?
I mean, I would say love, finding love, sexual pleasure.
So someone having sex, that makes up for a child being raped.
Well, I would say causing a family and
so what if it is the rapist? What if it is the rapist? So the rapist's pleasure justifies the cruelty that they're causing?
Right, but like the cruelty in the world isn't
caused by Tyler,
life.
You're out of here. You can't just come up and say, the rapist's pleasure justifies the child's suffering. That is yikes, buddy. We have to get you out of here. What if you have crazy people in the audience saying, I like this guy's opinions. I'm going to abuse children now. He says it's right. Yikes. Big yikes. I mean, just to be clear, he did say yes. The rapist's pleasure does justify the suffering. Okay, moving on. We've got someone else in the queue now, bringing them up. Ali Beku, bringing you on to the board. Hello, how you doing? You all right? Hello. How you doing?
Do you hear me?
Yeah. Well, looks like they're having audio issues, so let's move on to Mr. Game coming up next. And hello, how you doing?
Hi, I'm fine. I just want to make a quick point. Why is non-existence better than existence? I just want to get that.
Because it's safer.
How is it safer?
Because you can't suffer.
Okay, but there is also happiness in existence, right? So you're suffering, but you're also happy, isn't that right?
No, that's a very naive, sort of childish opinion, right? That everyone is happy. It's not true.
Not everyone is happy, but not everyone is suffering too. Don't you think so?
But so you're saying that it doesn't matter if some are suffering, then? Just doesn't matter.
It matters, but also there is happy people. So
What does it matter?
Kind of balance.
What does it matter? What does it matter?
It matters because, like, okay, there is people suffering, but also there is happiness. Like there is other happy people who make up for that suffering.
So what you're saying is it doesn't matter if they suffer because their happiness is more important, right?
I don't know about that, honestly.
That's what it sounds exactly like what you're saying.
Okay, so like, is suffering in the world more exists more than happiness? Is that your case? That there is more suffering in the world than happiness in the world?
No, the point is that no amount of happiness can justify suffering. So even one child or one animal suffering is more important than 1 billion or 8 billion people having happiness. So protecting that.
And how did you come to such a conclusion?
Yeah, because essentially that happiness is optional. It's unnecessary. It's you can take it or leave it. You don't have to be alive, right? It's just a privilege. Whereas safety from suffering is not optional. It's not something you can take or leave. So the sufferers need the safety much more than the selfish people need the pleasure.
Okay, I think I get your point. So I have nothing else to say.
Okay, thank you for coming on, Mr. Game. And, well done for not getting onto the bingo cards. So for everyone that hasn't heard me say this yet, I'm trying to make the streams more engaging, maybe more audience engagement. It's not easy to come up with ideas for this, but, my first idea is to have cards so that we can keep track of people. Once they're kind of finished, I'll circle their score. So, 2 or 3 guests ago, he got 3 dodged questions. The last guest did really well, so nothing there. We've also got the you first bingo card, and then we've got straw man. So I've got like 3 of these, and then we've also got W guest, right? So I think we'll give the last guy a W because he did okay. So if you've got any ideas for more of these bingo cards or whatever, then let me know, because I'd be interested in doing more fun stuff like this, trying to get more interaction with the audience and stuff. Okay, trying to bring the next person on, and they've ghosted out. So the queue is empty, so we need more debaters. Do you think suffering is acceptable? Right, here's the debate proposition. We should end all suffering, and the only way to do it is with total extinction. So we have to take action, do activism, and make it happen. The sufferers need extinction so that they don't have to suffer terribly, to suffer lives of hell where they would be better off being born. It's emotionally convenient to just ignore them and pretend they don't exist, but they are out there in suffering so bad that, they would be better off not existing. Most people live in privilege, so they don't really relate to this or understand it. But, many life forms, humans and animals, are trapped in lives of just pure hell, where from, the very first day until the very last day, it's just awful. Like, it's so bad that they genuinely would be better off not being born. So, just imagine that for a minute, a life where, every day is just horrifically terrible, just super bad, right? Just pure pain, pure misery, disability, fear, you're crying your eyes out every day. Should anyone have to experience that? Should they be forced into that? And for many of these sufferers, there is no escape, right? For many of them, all they have to look forward to is years or decades of more suffering, knowing that it will never end, knowing that it will probably only get worse, and that's it, that's their future, is just tomorrow's going to be worse, the day after that's going to be worse, and it's just going to keep getting worse until I die, basically. That's literally what many animals and humans are living through right now. And unfortunately, people are happy to condemn them to it, and just, without a care in the world. You've seen the people come up on here and they say, yeah, but, what about the happy people? It's like they don't even give them a second of consideration or, yeah, you're right, it's really bad. It's just, yeah, as long as someone's happy, it's fine. It's like the most animalistic, childish sort of take that you can have on this. Yeah, in the same way that, a Neanderthal is not going to be, this is terrible, we should do something about it. Humans are the same. They're basically just primates. They are animals. Hello, how you doing?
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So, why is suffering so bad? Like, why is that so wrong to you?
Well, you just have to use your imagination, right? To think of a really terrible situation, and then it's obviously bad, isn't it?
Well, some terrible situations are like you could make it into a good thing, you know?
Yeah, so like I was just saying, you've given not even a second of thought to those who are in terrible situations. You've immediately just said, forget them, let's focus on the lucky ones.
Well, no, I'm saying that the people in terrible situations will learn from the terrible situation that they're in.
Yeah, but you've immediately ignored all of those who don't get that privilege to learn and benefit from it, and just pretending they don't exist, and you're strawmanning it to where it's, all of them magically have a happy ending.
Well, I'm not saying that they all have a happy ending, but I think that there is something.
So what about the ones that don't? Should we just ignore them?
Well, that's what I'm getting to. Like, there's something that's inherently useful about suffering because it brings about change.
To child abusers, definitely, right? They're getting a lot of utility out of that suffering.
Well, yes, that's the more extreme end of that, right? Like, that's as bad as
it's on the same end. It's the same spectrum, though. This is the same thing. It's a dynamic of abuse, cruelty, exploitation, and you're saying these are good things.
But then you get to things like, say, I don't know, like working out, right? Like, I have to suffer to get stronger.
Yeah, that's not really relevant. That's a terrible example.
Well, that's suffering, isn't it?
No, it's not extreme suffering, though.
So your idea to end all suffering is to end all life.
Do you have a better idea?
Yes, invent ways to minimize the suffering of all sentient conscious beings.
So how are you going to do that for animals in nature?
Just put them all into farms and just have humans just mechanize ways to prevent that.
Put every last animal.
By the way, these animals are better under our care than in the wild.
So you
if you take it as like a suffering, like think about their suffering, then yes, they are better under our care than like just in the wild.
So you think that we should put every single animal in nature into a farm?
Yes, all of. If you want to end all suffering, like I think that would be a better idea than to fucking end all life, obviously.
And how would that end all suffering?
Well, we can just control everything.
Like what?
Well, think about the ways that they suffer, right? So illness, killing one another, hunting. You
Injuries.
See such things in nature, such as like a predator.
A lot of them burn to death in wildfires. They freeze to death. They starve to death. So are you going to cure every last illness for every last animal?
Well, it's not that hard. We're pretty damn
Really?
skilled in medical technology now. Yeah,
Do you think we could just cure every illness for every animal?
we've gotten pretty damn close. Not gonna
Okay.
lie.
Uh, proof? Like, do you have a source for that? We're close to solving every last disease for every last animal. Is there something I can Google to see a news article on this or something?
Well, if you think of an illness that plagues an animal, I
That's
promise you
one
that
dodged
we
question. Go
today
on.
are more capable of sort of easing that suffering than at any other point in the history of our species.
So you think that we can create a perfect system where there's certainty of safety and a perfect life for every last animal?
I'm sorry, you cut off there. I couldn't hear you. What did
So
you
you
say?
think we can create a system where it's impossible for life to be in danger, and we can do that for every last animal in nature? We can provide a perfect life for them with zero chance of it going wrong. And you think that's easier than euthanasia?
Yes. Because, I mean, euthanasia itself would be...
Devin,
I mean,
you might actually be inspiring me to create an L guest section. We need a section for L, for guest L at that point, right? Okay, let's create that. But yeah, that's crazy. You think that we're closer to creating magic than we are to using euthanasia?
Hi, I'm Quinn. I'm 19.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
I think if you make the prompt painlessly forcefully causing total extinction, bro, I'm 100% with you. Like, you're saying the right stuff and people just aren't ready to hear it.
Well, why does it have to be painless?
Because I think that if we're thinking, I don't even know if it does, but I think you could argue that it has to be painless
It doesn't.
because, yeah, okay, well, from my perspective, if people will die in pain either way, and you could provide a way for them to die without pain, then it's kind of providing like a better solution. But also, all these people that are leaving the world would have more kids that would go on to suffer. So I don't even know if you need to make it painless because you're still reducing the amount of suffering.
Exactly. Right. It's impossible to cause more suffering with extinction than you prevent. And euthanasia doesn't really cause suffering anyway. It's kind of a nice thing. And it gives you immediate safety from a bad life and from a worse death, right? So you're pretty much guaranteed to have a worse death than you would with euthanasia.
Have you ever heard the line from True Detective from Russ Cole, like the best thing humans can do is walk hand in hand into extinction? Like the whole point is that he's saying some pretty extreme things in that scene, but the whole weird thing is that those extreme things make sense because the only reason they're extreme is because we don't talk about it in places like this.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I'll let you oh, thanks, man. I'll let you get a guest up that actually disagrees with you so you can have a debate on your live. I don't want to take up your time. But
well, Quinn, I would say join our Discord and join the conversation there.
Is that your link? Is that in your bio? Oh, okay. I'll actually join up. That's cool.
Awesome.
All right. Sounds good. Nice to meet you.
You too, Quinn. Look forward to talking to you on Discord. And consider becoming an activist, right? It's one thing understanding that all this suffering is bad, but we have to take action and help the sufferers. Do activism. W guest. Okay, moving on to our next guest. We've got a couple people, I think, in the queue. Let's try and get them up. Carlos. Bringing up Carlos. Hola.
It's a specific thing to capita sites. So whenever we book a capita job, if it's an alarm call, I need a 1440 help desk purchase order number to be able to process the job.
Is that like the R number?
I wouldn't know.
Right, that could be some sensitive details there. Let's take Carlos out. Right, the queue is genuinely, and I'm not lying, it is empty now. Carlos is coming back on. Okay, maybe he finished the phone call. Carlos. No, he's jumped out again. Must have fat fingered it. Okay, yeah, the queue's empty, so we need another volunteer, another participant. So let's there's so many people in the stream right now. There must be at least one person who wants to understand this better, or who has some questions, or who just wants to get to know it better, right? Someone must have questions or want to debate. Nobody's in the queue right now, so let's have some. In the meantime, let's go to the comments. I don't know if I want to argue, but I disagree. So actually the default position for humans is to disagree with this. So it's not your fault that you disagree or you struggle to think about it. It's literally humanity evolved to be incapable of thinking about suffering and life and ethics in a correct way, in a responsible way. And the reason for this is that it was completely necessary for humans to keep reproducing. The more animalistic humans are, the more likely they are to just keep reproducing, the more enslaved they are to their primal natural motivations. So in the same way that a Neanderthal wouldn't, be a genius at ethics and morality, and he wouldn't be a very responsible person, most likely. They're going to be more animalistic, more emotional, more likely to get angry at you and attack you or something, but also more likely to have kids without thinking about it properly. That's it. Humanity evolved to be an animal, right? We are animals, okay? And people think that somehow we're immune from animalistic motivations, primal motivations, right? People think that we're fully evolved, that we've completely thrown off the shackles of our animalistic nature. But that's completely wrong, right? Most people are still animals, and they cannot sort of elevate themselves out of that, right? They will have a family, they will have kids, and they won't do anything else with their life. That's essentially what an animal would do. So what would it mean to not be animalistic? It would mean to want to create a perfect world, right? Animals thrive in an unfair world, an unjust world, a dangerous world, and so do humans, right? Lots of humans that you talk to about, communism or a fair world or something, they say, no, we need an unfair world, some should suffer, otherwise it will be too boring, right? So we, as animals and life on this planet, we've developed to thrive on unfair conditions. We've thriving on abuse and dynamics of I'm doing better than you, I want to be like that guy, I don't want to be like that guy, and it creates diversity, it creates chaos, and life thrives on that. So one of the most animalistic ways that people are stuck in their thinking is that before I get to that, it seems like a lot of the comments in the chat are getting automatically muted by the AI mod, I guess. So if anyone knows a way for me to turn that off, because I think there is a way. Let's see. Comment settings, allow comments, filter comments on. There we go. Okay, let's get rid of, okay, spam comments are blocked, that's good. Potentially unkind, let's allow that. Community flagged comments, allow it. Okay, there we go. Comments should be fully back on now. Right, looking to get another guest up. The queue is completely empty. Not a single person has the stones to, come up on stage and ask some questions or give a counter opinion, give a counter argument. So, one of the ways that humans are still animalistic is that they will not get out of this sort of individualistic mentality, right? So someone was asking in the chat earlier, have you seen Pluribus? And I recommend everyone watch this show, okay? Pluribus is where essentially all of humanity comes together in a single mind. Now, I'm not suggesting we need to be like a hive mind exclusively, but we do need hive mind principles. We do need hive mind ethics and morality, where eventually you could walk up to any human and be able to trust them with your life, right? That's what we should be working towards. We need the most ethical principles for humanity possible. But people just can't understand that, right? They cannot get out of their selfish life, their primal life. That's why they're stuck in their jobs. They just, have a family and then have their life and then pass away. What most people don't do is get involved in the world. Most people don't join a movement. They don't do activism. They don't actually try to help the world. They just focus on themselves. And lots of people were saying this in my comments on my videos today, saying, it's not my responsibility, right? Why should I care about the suffering in the world? I've got myself to look after. But, if everyone thinks that, which they do, then we end up with a terrible world, disjointed, disconnected, where everyone has different ethics and morality is subjective. So anyone can be as cruel as they want. And essentially we're disorganized, right? We need to come together, unite, become, essentially grow out of our animalistic nature and unite together as a better humanity, one that's ethical. But yeah, people will not get involved in making the world a better place. And so they leave it to the criminals to run the world. They leave it to the billionaires, they leave it to the selfish people, right? I mean, the selfless people, they become nurses or something. And the selfish ones, they want the power, they want the money, the respect, the fame. That's why they go into politics, right? Does Donald Trump strike you as someone that you would trust with your life? Or a good person? So yeah, we have a terrible world and nobody will lift a finger to get involved in making it better. That's part of the animalistic nature. That's part of the problem. That's one of the biggest reasons why we have a terrible world, because no one will make it better. They'll only focus on themselves and say, forget the rest of the world, you're on your own. I only care about myself. The world can go and do whatever it wants, not my problem. But, you don't need to give up every second of every day to do something for the world. You can do 1 minute of activism a day or something, 10 minutes a day. Hello, how you doing?
Hello.
You
So
right?
what made you arrive at this conclusion?
Understanding that suffering is too terrible and extreme to allow. And that life is, relatively unimportant. Existence, life existing, it's not really important or necessary compared to safety from extreme suffering.
Wait, so it wasn't like a personal event or what?
I mean, that's a good question. There may have been something that triggered it. Nothing off the top of my head. I would say that, what got me into ethics and activism is that I was just, I was watching the news as I grew up. I like to keep up with politics and understand, good versus bad in the world, basically, and keep up with it. And I realized that, no one was really doing a good enough job. The United Nations wasn't really doing anything, wasn't, actually going to make the world a better place, and that we needed to do better. And then, that was kind of my first sort of wake-up moment. And then eventually I found the pro-extinction movement. I didn't start this movement. I joined it. And they said, yeah, creating utopia, that's not as important, actually, or ethical as ending all suffering. And the only way to do that is with extinction. So we have to have a zero-tolerance policy on suffering. It's the only ethical thing. Otherwise, you have unlimited acceptance of suffering, which is the most unethical thing.
You know what? I can't really refute anything you said, to be honest. I kind of agree. Interesting. Well, do you believe in free will or just out of curiosity?
No.
Okay, just, I don't either. I just wanted to make sure. You seem like a sensible young man.
Thank you.
Nothing else to say, I guess. It's pretty cool.
Sweet. Well, yeah, keep watching and join us on the Discord. Go on my TikTok profile, click on the link to the button to the website, and you can read about us, our FAQ, our manifesto, and you can join the Discord, become an activist, or learn more. You can donate, you can support the movement, become one of the movement. Oh man, I keep getting these insanely unfair restrictions from TikTok for repetitive actions. Just leave me alone, TikTok. Let me stream however I want to stream. Stop giving me massive restrictions for doing absolutely nothing. Shocking behavior, TikTok. Okay, getting our next guest up. Carlos is back in the queue again. Perhaps a third accidental joining. Carlos.
No, sorry, no, I'm at work, man. But basically, I mean, you often go on this thing about child suffering, and obviously, that does obviously exist, and child slavery and sexual exploitation, etc. But I would say that you're on about child suffering, but you don't have a child. So so a lot of people say when you have a child, your life changes, right? So if you had a child, I think your position may slightly change because you would do everything in your life to protect your child from suffering, would you not? Everything that you would do in your life would be to protect your child from suffering, okay? And then the second thing would be, I don't know, it's just like,
I don't think so. My commitment is to the greater good, not to my children. So they would not take priority.
A lot of people do this, and I'm not one of those, but a lot of people do this in the comments. So if you're all about extinction, why don't you take the first step and go to Sweden? Yeah, go to Sweden or go to where they you first. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. I know. Yeah. Yeah, but I know they've said it. But why don't you go to, listen, it's legalized in certain parts of this world for you to go euthanize yourself, right? So if you're such a big believer in extinction, then you should be like, don't lead from behind like a general, bro. Be like Colonel Custard in the front lines and lead by example. If you're all about self-extinction, then surely you should, as a point of reference, you should be the first to be like, and you wouldn't be here. And then we could have a counterpoint. We could have
Carlos,
your epitaph
bro,
saying this guy believed in extincting every life,
Carlos,
every life
get
on the
it.
universe. Well, Quinn, you've only been brought up to counter-argue me. I'm an L guest.
Bro,
I don't really
I've
care.
been in this
End of the day,
live.
you don't
You
have
just-
a kid, and you're still existing, so you're still suffering. But you're talking on part of what?
You don't
kill
get
all.
it.
I
You don't
do
get
it,
why
bro.
he wouldn't have a kid. The whole point is that he's arguing he doesn't want to bring more people into the world to suffer. Why would he have a kid? That's completely
Because
against his
kids,
ethical
beautiful,
values.
kids are
It's
amazing.
consistent.
Kids change your life. Kids give you a reason to live.
Yeah, it would
biologically.
change.
Shut up. Biologically,
He's not
isn't
thinking
your
about
reason
himself.
to exist to have children. Biologically, the reason for you to be on this earth is to reproduce. That's why you have a
can't
penis.
define
and they
a
have
reason
vagina.
for me to
You're a
live.
slave to your biology, Carlos.
I'm not a slave to biology. That's just like that's
Worship biology.
Aren't we animals? I'm pretty sure you consider us
Yes.
animals. Yeah. So humans
Yes.
are animals. Yeah. Animals. Yeah. The reason you exist is to
So
reproduce.
you're just an animal,
Yes, who?
Carlos. You're no better than an animal. You can't be more than
exactly.
an animal.
Exactly.
That's what I
But
said
my
earlier.
point is-
That's what I said earlier.
Yeah.
It's true.
Look, you can put me on the L list,
He
but
admits
your
he's a-
argument is redundant because, like, my point is this:
No,
you're
it's
going
not.
about child suffering. I wouldn't mind if you had a child. I'd like listen. It's like a white man telling a black man what it's like to be called the N word. Do you understand?
it's
but you
not.
know what, Carlos?
Perspective,
White men,
because you're looking
white people
outside in,
did.
not inside out, my friend. If
White
you had a
people
child,
campaigned
you wouldn't
against
be here.
slavery.
If you
White
had a child,
people-
you wouldn't be here.
White
Okay.
people
You
did
wouldn't be
campaign
here.
against slavery.
That's a good point.
Pardon?
You can absolutely speak out for other victims that you haven't suffered the same thing. White people spoke out against slavery. People do activism for animals, right? You don't have to be an animal to help animals, right? You don't.
Yeah,
have
it's
to
happening right
obviously
now.
veganism exists. I understand that 100%. I'm against suffering, but what I'm trying to get to you is this: the beauty of life is for you to appreciate the sunshine, you have to feel the rain. For you to appreciate the beauty of life, you
Not
have
true.
to have suffered. The best people in this life, the best men in this life are the ones that
best?
have suffered the most, but still keep on going. Okay,
That's
because
such a
it teaches
quote.
you humility, it teaches you humanity, it teaches you empathy, it teaches you all these emotions. Yeah.
Why do
So
you know
life
everything
is
about
there to be
everyone?
loved. Like I don't understand. You can't just like, and you're saying the counter argument that the last guy said is like, fine. I do agree with your point. If it was painless death, but you're talking about forcefully causing extinction of all things by what means, dude? If it
You live in
causes
a
pain,
first
you're
world
causing more pain.
Quinn,
than,
I'm going to take you out so we can do a one-on-one.
yeah, sorry, but you're causing more pain by killing every living being on this earth. If they have to suffer through that pain of death, then you are causing more pain than the current situation. And I do agree with you on a lot of points.
Stop.
No. Let me
Let's
finish.
answer that.
I'm going to
Let's
go.
address that.
Okay, but no, I just want to say I do agree with you on a lot of points, right? In terms of the world is run by a satanistic occult of billionaires that basically they make the decisions. Why do you think these wars exist? Look at Ukraine war. Bullshit. Pointless. How much money have we spent towards them when we've got people homeless and starving in this country? Same thing to do with Iran. Billions spent. We're sending money. We're sending bombs. We're killing people. I understand it. I
But
get it.
here's the thing, Carlos. What are you doing about it?
Well, I try my best. I speak. I do my little TikToks, and I'm not too political. I don't want to get into politics.
Well, that's it. That you're leaving it to the criminals. You're leaving it to them and then complaining about it.
No, but like it's one of these things. The only way it would happen is rather than trying to go down this extinction route. How about if everyone just met up? And it's not black versus white. It's not Muslim versus Christian. It's rich versus poor. If it's like ants.
Carlos, you're ignoring the animals, right? The animals are the largest population on this planet. You're ignoring them completely.
I mean, I eat meat, but I'm against the mass production and slaughter, and like it's one of those things. It's like do you eat meat? Are you a vegan? Do you eat meat? No,
I eat meat. Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously, if you eat meat, then you do understand that when you buy that burger, that cow's being slaughtered, or you get your chicken nuggets, it's being processed, or whatever else, So then, surely that's a contradiction in your terms, because if you
would think so. You would think so.
I would.
I'm an ethical meat eater. The reason for that is that actually veganism causes more suffering because it just transfers more and worse suffering to wild animals, because vegans don't care about wild animals. So they essentially put all the suffering onto them and help. So, for example, vegans save about 30 square foot of forest every day. And that essentially gives more land for wild animals to suffer on. And they suffer worse than the farmed animals do. Anyway, Carlos, it's been good. We don't want to keep you up forever. But, one point that we didn't get to go over on something that you said near the end was that extinction would cause more suffering. That's impossible, right? Billions of years of more suffering easily outweighs anything you could do with extinction. If we had to torture every human and every animal for 10,000, 20,000 years, 1,000,000 years, it would still be the lesser of two evils compared to billions of years of more suffering. And most of the suffering in the world is in nature, and the worst suffering is in nature. Every single animal in nature is having a terrible time. Hello, how you doing?
Hello, James. I'm doing good. So quick question. I'd like to ask, what made you come to the conclusion that everything living is suffering and like life is suffering? Because what you're saying is that to continue to live is to continue to suffer, right?
You're on one.
You've come to the conclusion that life is just literally infinite pain. Basically.
This is where we are right now. Actually,
I'm asking what is the reason that
I'm
life
putting you on
is
three.
suffering?
I'm putting you on three because you've now said three things that aren't true.
Holding up a card doesn't explain or answer my question.
Well, yeah, but you've done three straw mans there.
No, but I'm asking for the answers.
Yeah.
Or maybe you could explain why those are straw mans, like actually. Because I didn't intend for that to be a bad.
I didn't say. I never said that all life is suffering.
Right.
Okay. And there's a few more, but yeah, all life isn't necessarily suffering right now. But all life is in danger and unacceptable danger of extreme suffering, unacceptable levels of suffering.
So you think it's better to just kill everything?
It's not about killing. It's just about providing safety for everything. We should make the world as safe as possible, basically. And that means, a zero tolerance policy on suffering.
So first of all, that's impossible. You'll never be able to achieve that.
Why?
It's just literally impossible.
Why?
How would you enforce
that's not an argument.
no suffering?
That's not
So
an argument.
no. Here's the thing. What you might view as suffering might not be what another person views as suffering. There's not a set. Well, if you believe in
So what, we should just assume everyone's fine? No, it's the opposite. We should assume the worst.
Okay, so you can extrapolate the very minimalist of inconvenience and call it suffering because you have to assume the worst, and then we have zero tolerance for that. But how would you be able to stop everything?
You're
It's
now
impossible.
you're now on 4 straw mans. Okay, we're not talking about small, insignificant suffering.
No, you said the worst of the worst. You said like we have to go and assume the worst.
Otherwise, you ignore the worst, right? Which is what you want to do.
No, I never said that. Then I'm ignoring suffering.
Well, again, if you don't sort of consider the worst, then you are ignoring those that suffer the worst.
How would you forcefully cause the total extinction? How would you do that? It seems like okay, the only way that I could think of is just basically nuking the whole planet, which would because doing it any other way would be like
nukes don't work.
Logistically impossible.
Nukes don't work, so you're suggesting a solution that would never work.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying, like, that's the only suggestion that seems even feasible, but like there would be no logistically possible way to mass extinction.
No logistic way to mass extinction. That's really interesting. So you're completely blind to the fact that science and technology are advancing exponentially. You're limiting your thinking to today's technology as if it's never going to improve.
So you basically just said I'm right. There's no way for us to logistically mass extinct right now. You're saying, well, in the future we're going to have stuff that can do it. That's what you just said.
So like there's organizations, charities, and NGOs trying to cure cancer, for example. Would you say that they're crazy for trying to create future technology?
I think you're crazy for thinking about, well, in the future, we're going to have mass extinction technology.
Dodged question. That's number 1. You're on 4 straw mans and a dodged question.
People that are trying to research cancer are crazy.
Okay, so why? Because they're relying on future advancements, right? Crazy.
They're trying to make the advancements.
Yeah. So why can't we do that with extinction?
Because it's crazy. You want to kill all life on Earth?
How is it crazy?
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Look, if you can't defend your position, then you have to accept that you're wrong. If you can't defend your position, you are wrong.
Everything living right now has imbued within it, just the fact that it's living has some moral worth, right?
Yeah.
Just the way it is, right? Even an ant has moral worth. It's alive. Just everything, right?
Yes.
How are you going to go about mass extinction, killing everything?
Euthanasia. Well, it's sounding like my answers are landing, and he's like, okay, this does make sense. And then he's like, I'm going to need 10 seconds to think of another crazy thing to say that he hasn't answered yet. So I'm sorry to kick you out, but, it just seemed like we'd kind of finished there, really, and that there was just only pure craziness left to come. Okay, Brendan. Hello, how you doing?
Yo. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess I just have a question for you. What are some of the things that you are doing today to personally accomplish the goal of ending all suffering?
I'm streaming.
True. Your point aligns a lot with veganism. Are you familiar with the definition?
Yeah.
To end suffering as much as practically and possible.
No. It's not about ending suffering. It's about...
It is exploitation.
No, it's not. It's not about ending suffering.
Well, should we look it up?
Yeah. Veganism is not about ending suffering. It's about trying to live a slightly, but only very slightly, more ethical way of life. That's the whole point. It's not to live an ethical life or a fair life or anything like that. It's to only slightly reduce all of the suffering that we cause as we live. We had one of the most famous vegans in the world come on the stream 2 days ago. and they said, I don't care if wild animals suffer, and I don't care if I accidentally cause suffering to animals. I should get to live. And yeah, if I accidentally cause animal suffering, many, many times throughout my life, it doesn't matter. I'm not concerned with it. That's what one of the most famous vegans in the world said on my stream 2 days ago. And yeah, it was wild. Absolutely wild.
Some of them do care a lot. So here's the definition, since we...
Brendan, you're cutting out. Maybe you're, I think if you're trying to do stuff on your phone, Brendan, you can't do it at the same time. It will cut you out of the stream.
Say that part again?
Yeah, if you're trying to do stuff on your phone, it will cut you out of the stream.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I didn't know that. Well, anyways, I bring that up because I don't really like philosophy. I like talking to people about like an action we can take today to make the world better. And for me, a lot of that is being vegan. And and like you said, yeah, it doesn't solve all the problems, but moving the needle in the right direction makes it easier to then take those next steps.
But you see, it doesn't move the needle in the right direction for wild animals, right? It makes their suffering worse.
Oh, it does, because guess what the main driver of the species extinction is? Animal agriculture. 80 billion animals confined and slaughtered in cages, bycatch from fish. We've destroyed our oceans for the fisheries. So you just did a straw man. So put a little check on your box. That's on your name now.
For what? Sorry.
Because the us overfishing is causing ocean destruction.
Which is a good thing.
It could be, depends how you look at it.
Well, it means there'll be less suffering, so that's a good thing.
It's a spectrum, no? Until it read. But do you think? Well, I think important. This is why I don't focus on the philosophy. You're an armchair philosophist. Like, get out in the real world and like tell people to take direct action.
I am.
And that's what I'm telling you to do. I'm telling you to boycott these abusive industries that breed billion. You don't want the breeding of these animals, not breeding them into existence, doesn't create this. It's on your goal.
But you see, Brendan, that does nothing to help wild animals or humans.
That's not true, because the main driver of species and habitat loss is the meat industry.
Which is a good thing. Which reduces suffering. That's why I'm not a vegan.
Well, like I said, 80 billion land animals are bred into existence every year.
That's nothing compared to the number of wild
you support that? You don't support that?
I support whatever reduces suffering.
That would reduce suffering.
Well, you haven't looked into it, right? You don't care about.
Well, also the health implications to the human in the environment, right? The climate is collapsing. That's creating suffering. If we had a more stable climate, a more happy, connected population of animals, because humans are animals too. If we were all connected into the whole ecosystem.
Brendan, I'm going to stop you there because firstly, you have really bad microphone issues. It's crackling really badly. And secondly, look, the problem with vegans is that they want to essentially say, this is all you have to do to be a good person, while ignoring human suffering, ignoring wild animal suffering, saying that it's fine. And yeah, vegans literally advocate for causing animal suffering so that they can live, right? And that's not an exaggeration. It is true, okay? Every vegan that's come on has said, I don't care if I accidentally cause an animal suffering as long as I don't eat them, right? I don't care if I run over one with my car as long as it's an accident. So, I don't care if the restaurant I go to is killing mice and killing rats with poison, as long as I get to eat a clean plate of food. I don't care if, the bin man coming to take my rubbish, if he runs over a squirrel and leaves it paralyzed. I don't care, right? They don't care. So, the reality is there is no way to be ethical just by being vegan, right? You're causing loads of suffering. You're allowing all of the suffering in the world. And you're saying that as long as we don't eat animals, which doesn't cause them any suffering directly, by the way. Once they're dead and you're eating them, that doesn't hurt them. And they also get euthanized before they get killed to be eaten as well, which wild animals don't get, right? Wild animals get eaten alive. Farmed animals don't get eaten alive, okay? So yeah, I would much rather be a farmed animal where I've got a roof over my head, I've got food, I've got safety, I'm not being chased by predators, I've got medicine, I've got euthanasia, a much nicer death than a natural death. So, wild animals, they're just chased by, horrifically scary animals, predators all day, every day, running for their life in the most fear and terror imaginable all day, every day, right? No rest. And then, they're freezing, they're starving, they're full of parasites, diseases, and then, they get injuries that don't get any help, and then eventually they do get eaten alive. So that's obviously worse than the life of a farmed animal, right? A cow just grazing on some grass, within, safety provided by the farm, right? That's obviously a way nicer life than, a mouse in nature, being eaten by an owl or something, right? So veganism is literally, LARPing as ethical. The thing is, right, not just vegans, but humans in general, they try to make it about, as long as I don't cause the suffering, then it's fine, right? So that means that the suffering in nature with wild animals, who are the largest population, they don't care about how bad their suffering is, right? They just don't care. As long as they're not the ones causing it directly, then it doesn't matter. The animals could be suffering, way worse than we even realize. They still wouldn't care, okay? So they've got this, fake ethics, fake morality, where they say, as long as I don't directly cause the suffering, then it's not my problem, okay? And I don't have an obligation. So that means that they can walk past, humans screaming for help. They can walk past animals screaming for help or needing help, and it's not my problem, not my fault. So not my obligation. I don't care, right? It's not my concern, to use the words of the vegan teacher, right? Not my concern is what she said. So, they would happily walk past, an animal screaming in pain and say, that's natural suffering. That's good. That's beautiful. And they think that they're a better person because of that, right? They genuinely say that, if I cause, thousands of animals to suffer terribly by accident or, just as a result of me having to be alive, then that's fine, right? Throughout, my entire life, lots of animals will be suffering terribly. That's fine because, me getting to live is more important. That is the vegan ethos, right? The principles of veganism isn't to end suffering like he was trying to say. It's to reduce suffering where convenient. So, it's crazy. They're against the abolition of suffering, right? So they want animals in nature to keep suffering the worst suffering. They have the worst conditions, way worse than farmed animals, and the worst suffering, most extreme suffering. I've always thought that being eaten alive has got to be the scariest thing ever, right? The worst thing ever. It's always been one of my biggest fears. And yet, that's what happens to most animals out there. That's what vegans say is beautiful, right? Children being eaten alive, right? That's what happens, okay? We try and say, oh, they're just animals, so it doesn't matter, forget them. But they are children, and they're being eaten alive, right? Imagine if you saw a human baby being eaten alive, you'd be horrified. That's exactly how we should feel with animals, and especially those in nature where it's happening the most and the worst. So, people just discriminate. They'll say, animals don't feel pain properly, or animals don't matter, or animals don't, animals this, animals that. Just any excuse to not care, A human baby getting eaten alive next to an animal, they don't care about the animal, they do care about the human. It doesn't make any sense, right? They would fully care about the human. They'd be emotional about it. They'd be erratic, like hysterical, like, oh my God. Happens to an animal, it's like, who cares? Someone's asking, is there a manifesto? Yes, it's on the website. You can click on my TikTok profile. You can click on the button to the website and you can read about us on the manifesto, the frequently asked questions page, and you can join our Discord. The link is also on the website. So you can come and join the team there, join the conversation, ask questions, become an activist potentially, learn more about the movement. Okay, let's get the next person on. Hello, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
So, what's the argument?
Yeah, the argument is that we should end all suffering. Suffering is unacceptable, and so total extinction is the only way to do that. It prevents billions of more years of suffering, and it guarantees no more suffering. It provides total safety for every last life form. We should make the world as safe as possible for as much life as possible, and that means extinction, because there's no way to provide total safety without extinction.
Yeah, so just given the fact that somebody who takes an opposing position can care about suffering and want to make it as little as possible, you wouldn't arrive at the conclusion that you're arriving at. So how do you arrive at your conclusion specifically? Because anyone can care about suffering.
Well, who does care about suffering? Can you give an example?
Oh, well, I don't know why that's a relevant question. So what I'm asking is, the premises that you provided don't necessarily draw your conclusion. So I'm just asking you to walk me through that, because anyone can care about suffering.
Okay, you're not making much sense.
Like a utilitarian, for example, can care about suffering, but that doesn't draw you to the conclusion that you would end all life, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're not really making much sense here, but basically the argument is that suffering is unacceptable and it's unethical to allow it. Only a zero tolerance policy on suffering is ethical and acceptable, and the only way to achieve that is with extinction, to make sure that no life exists or is born into a dangerous world, unsafe conditions, and unacceptable danger, unacceptable suffering.
Okay, maybe instead we'll just go this way. So can you motivate that premise that suffering is unacceptable, that we shouldn't have any whatsoever?
Yeah, if you care about life and if you want to do the best thing for the world, then you would understand that, yes, suffering is unacceptable, it's terrible.
Wait, so suffering is unacceptable because you should care about suffering and it's unacceptable?
Well, that's not what I said, no. So let's give you the first straw man.
Right. Well, if I misunderstood, sorry, can you repeat it? Just so I can understand.
Number one. Okay, so yeah, the thing is that suffering is extreme and terrible, right? And it is unacceptable to those that are experiencing it. So we should make sure that they don't have to, because it is unacceptable. It's unacceptable to them, therefore it's unacceptable. They need to not suffer more than anyone else needs to live as well, okay?
So, can you motivate that? I don't see why that's the case.
You don't see why people need to not suffer more than they need to live?
Motivate that.
Wow. Okay, that should be easy, right? So, yeah, you don't actually need to live, right? No one needs to live.
Yep, that's trivially true.
Okay,
but
you do need to not suffer, right? If you're being tortured, then you're begging for help, right? You want to not suffer. You need, for your own sake, you need to be safe from that.
I think that suffering only includes just wanting to unalive.
No.
Okay, wait, okay. Then that was just maybe a not so good explanation. But yeah, so that's not motivation.
What do you mean? Wait,
you haven't motivated the view. You've kind of just repeated yourself. All you said is suffering is bad. We should limit suffering because suffering is bad and we should limit suffering.
No, that's not what I said. So I'm going to give you another straw man for that. That's number 2.
Okay.
And we're giving you an L guessed.
So once more, just tell me why suffering is bad and we should end.
Thank you, Mellow Moon. I did, but you oversimplified it in your attempt to irrationally rebuke it. Okay, so you weren't actually dealing with what I was saying. You were strawmanning. Okay, let's move on to the next guest. Zyklon B joining us now. Hello, how you doing? Okay, no. Moving on. Right, next guest. Hello, how you doing?
Hello, James.
How's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
So I wanted to ask just one question. So let's say in a hypothetical future, we were able to discover a technology which prevents animals from eating each other. And human beings, they work on photosynthesis and they don't need to eat anything. Animals work on photosynthesis too. So there's nobody eating nobody. And so that part of suffering is solved. There is, however, pain from
Right, I'm gonna shortcut this. Okay, I know where you're going.
Okay.
So, look, the answer is that life should never exist without certainty of safety, And for true certainty of safety, you would need to know everything. You would need omniscience or omnipotence.
Yeah, but you're asking safety from what exactly? From all
From-
types of suffering, or from suffering which exceeds, the certain threshold?
Well, you can't put a limit on it, right? You can either prevent all suffering or you allow all suffering. So you can't put a threshold on it. That's a fantasy. So the only way, you can't say, right, we're going to allow this much suffering. It will
No,
never
but
work like
what I mean is that in my hypothetical, we found a way of limiting the hugest part of suffering, which is
Yeah. So-
creatures eating each other.
Yeah. So look, if we can have certainty of a good life, right? Certainty of safety from a really bad life, then again, you would need omniscience to do that, right? To be absolutely certain. So life should never exist without absolute 100% certainty of safety. Otherwise, it's in danger and the unlucky ones will suffer terribly as a result.
Okay.
Or all of them could suffer terribly as a
I
result.
just have one last question. So I think somebody asked you that you don't believe in free will, and you said you don't believe in free will, and I kind of agree with you in terms of like materialistic determinism. But I wanted to ask you, let's say that we were able to calculate every single possible outcome for everybody, and we were able to know exactly what's going to happen.
Omniscience, yeah.
Yeah, omniscience, exactly. Do you think that would justify continuing life?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, but then you would see no point because everything is well known, as there's no let's say excitement or element of surprise.
You don't know that? Yeah, there could be.
How could there be?
Yeah. Well, it's a good question, actually. Yeah, I mean, I have been thinking about this actually, and potentially you would need to create life in that simulation or that heaven that doesn't have certainty of its own safety. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it would have like 99.9% recurring certainty, basically.
Or like maybe you mean
The
like,
system could be certain, but
Okay.
the individual in the system might not have full certainty, right? Full rationality. Because again, yeah, that might create excitement. So yeah, it is possible what you're saying, and it is something I've been thinking about.
So what I understand from you is that you mean that the system itself, outside the consciousness of its players, is 100%. But that defeats the point. I don't know. It defeats the point because what we're saying is fear is part of suffering, right?
But are you saying that, some suffering should exist in life? Is that
No,
what you're...
but let me just continue this point. So you agree with me that fear is part of suffering?
Yeah.
Okay. And so if one of the players doesn't know for certain what's going to happen, then there is an element of fear.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
there is thus there is suffering. So if we go through the first two premises, we conclude that there is Yeah.
Actually, most humans right now don't care about that fear because they aren't intelligent enough to think about it properly. So it's possible that, yeah, you could be in that system and not care about the lack of certainty of safety, as humans do right now.
Okay, I'm thinking about it. I mean,
But the point is that the system would have to be 100% safe. And essentially, you would need omniscience because to cover the unknown, right, you would need omniscience. If there's an unknown, right, and you don't have omniscience, then there's still uncertainty of safety, right? Something could happen. And life just doesn't need to exist in those conditions. There's no point. And the thing is, you're risking life. You're putting it in danger if you do that.
but where do you think that knowledge should lie? Should it lie in the minds of the players, or I mean players by here, anything that's alive, or should it lie just like in the fabric of reality itself?
Yeah, I'm going to leave it there because we don't really we're here to talk about extinction, but I will finish the point. I think that they can be certain of safety, but it doesn't matter, right? This most likely, if we ever engineer heaven, right, it's going to be done by AI. It's going to be in the future, and the AI is going to answer all these questions. It's going to make all these decisions, and it's going to be able to do it better than we can, right? So it's not really relevant in terms of how does creating heaven with technology fit into extinctionism. Well, if it happens, then we'd support life existing in it. But it's only, we're not going to go after it, right? It would only have to happen as like, well, someone's invented this. Oh, great. Okay, let's use it then. But our focus and all of our resources will be on providing safety from life, from suffering, not going after pleasure. But while humanity is creating the extinction mission and, doing animal extinction, if they invent some sort of super certainty of safety, then they won't need to go extinct. So it's about abolishing suffering, abolishing life existing in unsafe conditions. It's not about, irrationally causing extinction for no reason. And yeah, it's, if there was a way to end suffering without extinction, then we wouldn't be talking about extinction. But if there was an inefficient way to end suffering without extinction, then it would be unethical. So if you can do extinction and help the sufferers today, but you choose not to do that so that you can, have a different solution which takes 100 more years, but that creates pleasure for the sufferers, it ends suffering without extinction, that would still be unethical because you're still allowing 100 years of terrible suffering so that some can have fun at their expense. And that suffering is unacceptable. There's nothing that overrides the urgency of suffering and preventing it. Okay? Nothing, right? If your leg is being chewed off by a crocodile, you're not going to reach for your Game Boy or your ice cream. You're going to reach for, a weapon or something to help you. Okay? It's the exact same principle. Suffering takes priority 100%. Especially with extreme suffering, right? If you stubbed your toe, you might still lick the ice cream. But if you're being eaten alive, you're probably going to try and, provide yourself safety from that danger, right? So yeah, with extreme danger, extreme suffering, we can't allow ice cream. We have to have ultimate safety. All right, let's get Zyklon back on. Zyklon joining us now. Oh, I forgot to do the cards for the last guy. Yeah, he did at least 2 straw mans, dodged at least 1 question, and definitely an L guessed. Not the Arabic guy. The guy, or was it the guy? Anyway, Zyklon is not joining us, so they're not loading in. Let's get the next person. Sierra Alpha Gamma. See if they'll load. Hello, how you doing? Hello. Okay, moving on to the next guest. Got a few more people in the queue, so let's bring them straight up. We've got oh, okay, another ghost in the queue. Right, there's 2 more people in the queue. Let's try them.
Greetings, brother.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing awesome, man. So, I'm seeing here forcefully causing total extinction of all life is the only right thing to do as it ends all suffering. Now, I'm going to take us to the macrocosmic then instead of micro. So, from the macrocosmic level, I heard you said that we're a slave to biology. Did I hear correctly?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So number 1, we're a slave to biology, and number 2, I'm just trying to understand your line of reasoning first, right? Have you read Revelation 21:4?
I'm an atheist.
Okay. So can I just paraphrase it, if you don't mind? I want to see if it aligns with what you're saying. I'm an atheist myself too, but I just want to try to see where your line of thinking is, right? Just quickly, it says here that this God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes, and they shall have no more death, no more sorrow, no more crying, right? So I'm thinking here, this sounds like a system where you're saying that the system has, this AI system has to be all knowing to prevent all suffering, right? So it sounds like if there are new bodies where there's no more death, no more sorrow or crying, right? Which we're talking about human emotions, right? Which will be the AI. In this sense, a God. I'm just saying, whatever that God is, whatever the AI is, right? Are you saying that in this enclosed system, in order to reduce all suffering, the system has to be all knowing? Is this correct?
No, but it should try to be. But
Okay. So when you say, so I'm trying to understand from a macrocosmic level because
yeah, the thing is, I am going to stop you there because we just, as I said yesterday on the stream, religious debates are just really boring, right? There are live streams out there, you can find them on TikTok that do religious debates. We're just not interested in it here, okay? However, I will say that, you know, an extinction AI that we want to build would be the closest
Oh,
thing
hello,
we
James.
got.
I just got I got tabbed out. But first, I want to ask: do you believe in compromise?
Depends on what.
For the suffering of humans, would you compromise or not?
You're gonna have to be more specific.
Like, for example, would you say you would only want half of the people suffering, or would you want everyone gone?
Oh, everyone.
Oh, everyone. So, aren't you? I want to ask if you have your light on. Are you using the Wi-Fi and stuff like that?
Yeah.
So, isn't that helping, or isn't that helping with the suffering of people? Like you're allowing these people who are in jobs to just slave away, or not really slave away, but like really work on these ships to just work and work, but you're not really gonna do anything about it at the current moment. Like you're at home and stuff like that. I don't know. It just doesn't really directly help with your cause, and you're expecting
It doesn't help
this
with the
miracle and
cause.
stuff.
Wow,
I
so
don't know.
the 60 odd people watching, they're not interested. The dozens of people that have joined the movement and started doing activism because of my videos, they don't exist. What are you talking about?
I'm just saying that isn't like these people who are
We're gonna give you a
there.
straw man for that because you're just making things up.
How am I making things up?
You're on one. You're on one.
How about people who like work on like these electricity facilities? For example, in my home, of course, I'm enjoying the luxury of electricity. These people are working all day.
How are you gonna end this? What are you gonna do about it?
I don't want to do anything about it.
You think that
So I wanna
turning
go
the
to
lights
this
off
point.
makes you a hero, do you?
Nope. So
Well,
I want to
sounds
know
like
what
it.
you're. Okay, so here's the thing. Like, I don't really see what you're doing about
If
it.
I turn the lights
specifically.
off right now, I'm a hero. Is that it?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, aren't you helping towards that by already having it on?
So I should.
Things
If
like
I
those.
turn the lights off right now, will
No,
you feel
I didn't
better?
say that. That's not the
I did.
argument I'm posing. I'm saying if you turn it, even if you turn it on or off, you're not really doing anything about it because
Look,
you're
I'm
trying
reducing
to end
suffering.
all
I'm reducing suffering.
No, I didn't say that. I
There you
didn't
go.
say that turning off your light reduces it. You
I-
already actively having electricity, you using this Wi-Fi, you having this really high quality camera phone, I'm seeing.
Yes, we
I
live
think-
in a world of suffering. This isn't new to anyone.
So you're compromising then?
No.
No, that's compromise because you're really engaging in it. You're engaging with me right now.
We're going to
With
give you
everyone-
an L guest for this, right?
Oh, how so?
Because you're saying that to end all suffering, we should just lie down
Oh.
and not do anything.
I
because-
mean, you're not doing anything either, so I don't
How
know.
do you know?
I don't know about
So-
that.
All right. Well, we're going to give
I'm
you.
not trying to be rude, by the way.
We're going to give you another straw man for that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're on.
For
at
me,
least, you're on at least.
You know,
two then.
I'm sorry, James, but like I kind of think what you're posing.
Yeah, well,
is,
I'm going to kick you out now because you're living in a fantasy world. You're saying, well, your activism isn't doing anything. Okay. Well, what about all the people that are doing activism because of me? So you're just whatever you think is reality. That's what you roll with, right? Grow up, okay? Grow up. Whatever is in your head doesn't necessarily reflect reality. Like, I want this to be the way it is, so it is that way now. No, that's not the way the world works, mate. Okay, the queue is empty. So, looking for some new challengers to come up. Now is your chance to join us. Ask your questions. And try and stay off those bingo cards, because you don't want to be slapped with a straw man or a dodged a question, or even worse, an L guessed like that guy. Let's actually, put that up again, right? It was, oh no, wrong one. Definitely not that one. It was more like this, right? Okay, next person. Let's try and bring Zyklon on for the third time. See if it will actually load. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm fine. So, my first argument is I think it is highly inefficient to end suffering by suicide or whatever, because you are tearing down the entire system just to solve one problem, and you enter the state of nothingness. So, you basically tear down the entire system just to solve one problem.
So someone with terminal cancer, should they have to die a natural death, or would it be crazy for them to try and have euthanasia or something? Is that what you're saying?
If I had cancer, I'd rather live to the last moment, because there is still a possibility to experience something at least nice before I die.
So if someone was screaming in pain, begging for death, you would say, no, you have to keep suffering, because you might enjoy it eventually.
No.
Really? Wow.
It's just me. But if it is the person who's begging for this, I think it is their right to, fulfill their wish. But honestly, I continue to live because dying will be highly inefficient, in my opinion, because it is the possibility of
Right,
nothing.
but the world doesn't revolve around you, though, right? You're not the only person in the world.
But same goes for you, because not
I'm
everyone
not saying I
wants
am.
to die.
I'm not saying I am.
I honestly believe
You are saying that this global issue doesn't matter beyond how you feel about yourself. That's what you're saying.
each person should do what they want. Honestly, okay, I'm an Elgast, I guess.
Well, yeah.
I just give you
You're giving
my
personal anecdotes instead of talking about, the actual situation here. It's completely irrelevant.
I'm just talking by philosophical point, because I think most of philosophers would agree that dying
But
will
look, we're
really-
talking about applying a universal rule here, and you're saying, well, what about me, right? No, we have to talk about the universal rules for everyone, and that means safety from suffering.
Yeah, so what if nobody agrees to this?
Well, that's already not possible and not the case, because lots of people agree with that.
Okay, I believe everyone has their own value. I'm not going to argue further. I think I can change your point of view. Have a good day.
Do you disagree, though?
Disagree with what? From my personal view, I just rather live longer, because I do not want to die, because I entered a state of nothingness.
Let me ask you a
Therefore,
question.
the possibility of nothing, and
So
what?
yeah, okay. You don't want to die. I understand. What if people were being tortured horrifically and they were begging for death, and the only way to save them was for you to sacrifice yourself?
Yeah.
What would you do?
Tough question.
So extinction, basically, right? You should be willing to give up your privilege to help other people, right? It's about being selfless instead of being selfish.
Depends on what people. If they're like my, beloved ones, I'd rather sacrifice myself for them.
Right. But that's the problem we have in this world, is that people discriminate against others. They only care about themselves or their family or their friends. They're not willing to do the right thing when it's, tempting not to do it, basically, not to help others if you don't know them. So as extinctionists, we're about helping everyone, right? Not only caring about your friends and family, but caring about every last life form.
I understand what you are trying to say. You are trying to say that it is great to end everyone's lives because it ends suffering. But I still stand by my point. I think it is inefficient to erase your life just to tear down one element, because you basically end everything else just for one thing. Yeah, that's my point.
But that, that negates euthanasia, right? By that same logic, someone begging for death, an animal that's been hit by a car, they shouldn't be euthanized because you're tearing down the whole system to deal with one problem, right? I mean, which just doesn't make sense.
So, do you think anyone could convince you otherwise?
Well, I'm giving you the opportunity to do so.
I don't think I'm helping you, honestly. But honestly, I could never wish for something like this. I feel like life is not inherently bad or good. Life is something we give meaning to.
Yeah, but only for the lucky ones, right? For the unlucky ones, life is just a pure hell, right? And so they don't deserve that, and we should help them instead of just ignoring them.
We could help them in other ways, like if America gave $40 billion to kids that starve every day.
No, most of the suffering is in nature with animals. So
You mean animals?
Yeah.
I mean, it is just nature. It happens,
But if it happened to you, and someone said it's just nature, you'd probably be really angry at them for saying that, right?
Yeah, because obviously I'm not
All
an
right,
animal.
Zach Plan, we've had enough of your discrimination. We're going to move on. And yeah, I'm sorry, but you do deserve it, right? That was a terrible debate. Just awful. Okay, so yeah, waiting for the next guest to join us now. The queue is empty. We need someone else to come up and continue the conversation, continue the debate, the discussion. Who will it be? Who will our next challenger be? Any good guests today, James? Yeah, it's been okay, I think. I'm having fun. Would you do sterilization instead? No. Sterilization only helps the next generation. It doesn't help the current generation, right? They're still going to be begging for death, right? So sterilizing them doesn't help them with that. So no, euthanasia is infinitely better than sterilization. And sterilization also causes, hormonal imbalances and stress and problems for the animal as well. All right. Sterilization, then euthanasia. Well, no, the thing is there's no point of sterilizing them and then euthanizing them. You might as well just do the euthanasia. Kill two birds with one stone. Euthanize two birds with one stone. All right. Yeah, you kind of are, right? The next generation and the current. Right, yeah. Again, nobody's in the queue, so looking for more challengers to come up. Let's get you on the stage. Let's hear it. Let's hear what you have to say. Ollie, for example, he's trolling big time in the chat. But will he come up and debate? Will he put his money where his mouth is? Probably not, right? Probably not, knowing him. Let's see if there's any more questions. If all forms of consciousness are equal, why is it okay to treat humans and animals differently? It's not, right? It's not. All life should be cared for and cared about and given full respect and full care and, safety, full safety. So animals, humans, aliens, whatever. Everything should be safe from suffering. And the only reason to take away from that safety or to reduce it would be for selfish reasons, right? Let's not help them to be safe. Let's just spend the time playing video games instead. Yeah, you can either be selfless and a good person, or you can be selfish and a bad person. I mean, that said, ultimately we don't blame humans for being bad. They just evolved that way. So, it's not their fault, basically. They can't control what they're programmed to do, right? Nature controls the programming, not them. So we blame nature instead of the humans. I mean, sure, look, I might, blame someone for having a bad opinion, but that's just the way language works, right? Ultimately, ultimately, even if I do say someone's a bad person and stuff, even if they are a bad person, I know that it's not their fault that they're a bad person. Okay, let's see. Still looking for people to join, right? Still looking for people. The queue is in need of liberty and volunteers. Try and answer some more questions from the chat in the meantime. So, money doesn't help if you suffer. Exactly. You know, it doesn't matter how rich you are, you can still have a worse life than a poor person. Absolutely you can. You know, a lot of people seem to think that if you have money, then you doesn't matter what disease you get or what happens to you, you'll be okay. But no, money doesn't give you, you know, it doesn't make you invincible. Okay, you can still get incurable cancer and stuff, and you can still get kidnapped or have depression, etc., etc., etc. Right, someone is asking about the Discord application process. Yes, if you join our Discord, you will be asked to fill out an application. And, you know, the questions will, you know, the more detail you give, the better. But yeah, you know, there's a good chance that if you give a bad answer, you'll be rejected. Let's see, someone's applying, yeah, they're an atheist. That sounds good. They're 20 years old, they're in the UK. Sounds good. They've said yes to all of our questions. You know, do you support humanity reproducing for as long as it takes for us to complete animal extinction before we start reducing and eliminating the human population? You know, someone mentioned this earlier and they didn't get it, but no, we're not against having kids. The more children we have, the better, because it means the more chance we have of being able to end animal suffering sooner. Humanity is the vehicle for helping animals with extinction, and we cannot go extinct before them. It could take hundreds of years for us to do it, maybe even thousands. So we need to make sure that they're safe, that, you know, it's under control for them. If we go extinct, then there's no help, right? Maybe we can pass that job to AI and robots, or maybe we can do it within a few hundred years, 1,000 years or something. But, you know, we cannot stop having kids until we've helped the animals. If we go extinct, then they're going to suffer for billions of years, and you know, life could come back, right? So it has to be a thorough, mass, total extinction, and yeah, as thorough as possible. All right, and we've got Cora coming on now. Legend of Cora coming onto the stage. Hello, Cora.
Yes, here I am. I'm sorry, I have something stupid on the screen, but can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice of you. I just had a question. If you say the end goal is the total extinction, but this will only be reached in thousands of years or hundreds of years.
Probably, yeah.
That's what you say. Oh, I can't. This one moment. Now it's good. Now I can see you. Then I think it should be everybody like at once, because
well, yeah,
there will be children passing before their parents. There will be children seeing their parents dying. There will be fear. There will be horror. And yes, it's true, there will be no more horror after that, but the horror in that moment is so horrific, because I've seen, you know, here we always see about the Holocaust. I've seen children searching for their mothers, crying for their mothers, while the mothers were led into the gas chambers. It's almost, you can't bear to watch that. You can't bear to watch the tears of these children. It's too much.
I agree. We should do it the best way we can. Absolutely.
We can't, I don't want to be part of something like that, even if it's happening in hundreds of years and I'm gone and my children are gone, everybody's gone. I don't want to be part of something as horrific as
It's
that.
the lesser of two evils, though. It's the less horrific thing, right? The more horrific thing is what life is doing now.
I go along with this one guest. I don't know if it was Ollie. If you had children, you would think differently. You would. You absolutely would.
No way. Definitely not.
You don't know how it feels. You don't know. You don't know until it happens. It really changes your life around.
No, I don't think I would become a bad person just if I have a child.
Yeah, but you would love that child. Now we come to the next problem. I
But
always
loving that child would mean knowing that non-existence is better for it.
Yeah, but the child is here now. The child is here, and you
And in
love it.
danger.
The child is here, and yes, it's in danger, but it's healthy and it's well.
How do you
and
know?
it's
It might not be,
full of
right?
hope.
It might
Because
not
I
be.
know children. They're
You
full of
know that all children are healthy.
No, I want to come to a point. Just let me think. I'm nervous enough. I want to say children, even my children, they are 14 and 16 years old. They haven't seen the horrific, horrendous things happening on this planet. They are full of hope and a lust for life. They don't know. Their hearts are not broken yet, like ours are broken by the news we hear every day. They're still full of hope. There is a heaven in the eyes of children, somebody said once. And this is a problem. Now, if I see someone suffer, and I did this with a lot of animals, of course I euthanize them. And I always said, if someone in my family lies in the hospital, is a vegetable, is completely in a terrible condition, of course I will kill them, and I will go to prison for that. I would do that. But because I have children, now you walk away, don't you, James?
I'm just doing something in my room. Hang on.
Because I have children, I can't do it for everyone. I cannot go to the hospital or, the elderly homes where there's terrible suffering going on. I've seen it. And
Well, if you do, we could give you a nickname like the Grim Reaper or something. I mean, it sounds like you're talking about becoming a serial killer here, Cora.
Really?
Yeah, you're saying you want to go around the care homes and start bumping people up.
Suffering to relieve the suffering, to set them free, to end their suffering, as you said one should do.
No, absolutely not. No, I'm not saying that.
But you said if someone's crying out for death, if someone is
I'm not encouraging you to become a serial killer, though.
I know that. Listen, I know that. I even studied psychology once. Believe me or not. If someone is begging for death or suffers terribly, of course, euthanasia. Of course, a soft way of going. But you said, I thought you said we should do that. We should go.
No, do not become a serial killer. No.
No, don't.
And don't blame me if you do, right? Don't, leave my name in blood on the wall or something.
Yes, James. But do you know what I mean? I don't want to be, the thing that keeps me back is I don't want to be part of a Holocaust-like situation ever, no matter when. And yeah, well,
The problem is we're going to have more Holocausts unless we do extinction.
But it wouldn't be necessary if we all learn to live in peace, at least the humans. That's
a very optimistic perspective that we can just all learn to live in peace. Look, we're working on doing that, right? So we're already covering that angle. So, we have to cover all angles, Cora. If that lead doesn't work out, then we have to go with extinction. Which we probably will anyway.
But I don't want to even take part in one Holocaust.
Life is the Holocaust, really, right?
Eckhart Tolle would tell you that you are life. You are life. There is no life around you.
Things way worse than the Holocaust happen every day in nature, right? Larger numbers, worse suffering. You think the Holocaust is bad? Nature's way worse.
I know. I see it the same way. I don't
know if you do, Cora. You've got the same problem that Gary Amendam had, the founder of Ethylism. He said that we shouldn't do extinction if it's going to be ugly, right?
Yes.
And therefore, we should continue the suffering for as long as it takes for the privileged people to have a nice exit at the expense of the sufferers having to suffer horrifically so that those ones can have a nicer exit.
I'm not doing this on purpose. It's just that it horrifies me so much.
Right, but your horror is misplaced. You're caring about the wrong people. You're caring about the ones that don't need caring about.
I also cared about the people in Gaza, for example. I donated.
Right. But the worst off
Try to
sufferers,
help
right?
them.
The worst off
Try to
sufferers are the ones we need to care about the most.
In Gaza, they were pretty bad. They were pretty worse off, weren't they?
Nothing compares to what animals are going through.
Yeah, that's true. I love animals just like you. I love them. But if you had children, I say it again.
I disagree. I don't. You know, I could have a child, and I would still say, yeah, you'd be better off dead.
And then what would you do with that child? Now you're the killer, not me.
Well, I would make it extinctionist, right?
And you think that's easy. That's another thing. There we see you don't have a lot to do with teenagers or kids because they don't do what you like them to do.
Right, but I would rather not have a kid anyway.
Yeah, but you want to spread your sperm,
That's
and that's not ethical to let them grow up without their biological father, in my opinion. And it's
But
not.
they're gonna get someone else's anyway. So how is it worse?
What someone else's? What?
Yeah, if it's not my genetic materials, it'll be someone else's, right? So they still wouldn't get to grow up with their biological father. That's how genetic material
grow up
donation
with
works.
their biological father, and the father is very important, especially to boys.
Cora, we are going to call it there because you're not making sense, okay? Donating sperm doesn't replace kids, doesn't mean that children don't get to meet their biological father, right? If I donate sperm and it goes into a child, then it's just someone else, another donor would have taken my place if not me. So you're saying that donating sperm is unethical, but like you're not making any sense. It's not, right? It doesn't cause more suffering. All it does is improve the genetics of that child. Nothing else. Literally nothing else. That's the only effect it has. Nothing else. Okay, so moving on. Yes, somebody wants to join. Let's get you up. We've got a My Little Pony person coming up next by the name of Question Mark. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
I have a question for you. Since you're so pro-extinction, why haven't you killed yourself yet then?
Wait, just give me a second. Yes, there we go. You've landed on the bingo. Right.
What does that mean?
It means that you're the fifth person to ask me that today.
Oh, okay.
And the reason is that, that wouldn't cause extinction. So that would be, the most counterproductive thing possible. So your suggestion is actually the worst suggestion possible.
But have you not considered
Your
it then?
thinking is completely upside down.
But haven't you not considered it since you hate life so much?
Well, again, that wouldn't cause extinction, would it?
Okay, so would you make would you open like a center where people could get euthanized when they turn 18 or something?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, yeah, I would sign up for that.
Yeah, lots of people would. So yeah, we would absolutely do that, even before 18, actually. So you wouldn't have to reach 18, you could have it at any age.
Would you need parental consent for that?
No, it would be more state run. Because at the minute, your parents have all the control. And what are they doing with it? They're abusing children. So the state needs to have much more power over children.
Yes, that's true. But then do you not get a lot of people against you? Don't you get a lot of really angry people at your idea?
Yeah, Cora, for example, she doesn't like the idea. She thinks it's a Holocaust. But that's always been the case, right? People have always disagreed, and no one's ever had, no idea has ever had 100% agreement, right?
If you were in charge of, say, example, you're president of a country, would you force people who didn't want to die to have euthanasia so everyone could go extinct? Would you make it mandatory?
Well, we need to do it as running the entire planet, because just one country, you can't do total extinction that way. But yes, it would be mandatory.
Okay. But wouldn't that make you like some sort of Hitler though?
No. I mean, okay, yeah, maybe some people would say that, but ultimately it would still be the right thing to do to end suffering.
And that's for all animals, not just humans.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, that's it.
Cool. Well, thank you for coming on. Consider going on my profile, go on the website through the button on my profile, read about us. We've got an FAQ, a manifesto, and you can join the Discord. You can ask more questions there, join the conversation on Discord, and consider becoming an activist for the pro-extinction movement, the movement fighting to end all suffering for all life, and total prevention of life coming back for as much of the world as possible, much of the universe. So it's literally the most ethical movement, an organization. It's the only one in the world with a zero tolerance policy on suffering, the only one with a
Is
zero
Benito
discrimination
live?
policy. Hello, how you doing?
Kan met iemand debaten. Hello?
Yeah, how's it going? Do you have any questions?
Yeah, why do you want to kill all life, bro? It can't be that deep.
We don't want to kill all life. We want to provide safety for all life, right? So total safety for all life.
Yeah, but if it doesn't exist, you mean?
Yeah, but you are safer in non-existence, right? The problem is that there's unacceptable danger, unacceptable suffering, and so faced with unacceptable danger, yeah, non-existence is the correct way forward.
Then, but like, don't you think there's any good to life?
Yeah, but just because there's good doesn't mean that anyone should have to suffer.
Yeah, but don't you think the good outweighs the suffering?
No.
Fair enough, bro. And how do you plan on causing total extinction of all life?
Just a little side note. Richard in the chat is saying, I'm going to have another kid to spite you, James. Well, good. We need more humans. We need a strong human population for at least hundreds of years. We need more children so that we can do animal extinction first. Sorry, Ben, you were saying?
How do you plan on causing full extinction of all life?
Yeah. So we would start with animals using euthanasia and removing our dependence on animals, so that we can live without them, have food without animals. And then once all the animals are gone, we start researching how to prevent life developing on Earth again, and if we can prevent life developing in the rest of the universe as well.
Okay. And is this also gonna apply to plant life?
Yeah.
So plant life also suffers, according to you?
No, but it could evolve into sentient life.
Damn. Okay. And you think and how would people then die?
Sorry?
How would you stop people from living?
Euthanasia. Euthanasia.
So everyone would just kill themselves?
No, that's suicide. Euthanasia is when it's done for you.
Okay, but what if people don't want to do that?
Then, they won't have a choice, basically.
Yeah. What the fuck? Do you think that's
Well, look,
that's
you
also?
won't-
Do you think that's also suffering? You're also causing
yeah, but
suffering
it's
by doing that?
sometimes you have to cause suffering in order to prevent more suffering.
Damn. All right, bro.
I mean, true, right? If you don't do it, then you don't cause extinction and suffering. You haven't ended suffering.
Yeah, I see your point, but like it's a bit cooked now.
How do you mean?
Like it's a bit dark of a view to have of life.
Life is already dark. You should have a dark view of life.
Yeah, but that's just how it be. Like,
Well,
just how it is.
that's not an argument, Ben. It is what it is. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, but don't you think that through suffering, people can also get stronger and eventually lead a happy life?
No, in most cases, no.
Fair enough,
You know, if you
bro.
get terminal cancer, you don't throw a party, do you?
No, I suppose not, but I don't know. I wouldn't support just extinction of all life
Why not?
because because life is, to me, life is more good than bad.
Okay, so are you saying that you know, if someone suffers terribly, it doesn't matter as long as someone else is happy?
I don't think that's a reason to cause extinction of all life.
Why not?
Well, to like, I don't know.
Well, look, the sufferers need it, right? They actually rely on this. They depend on extinction.
Yeah. Bro, honestly, low key, eventually it's gonna end by itself.
Right, but that's not, you know, very helpful, is it? It's like saying, let's just do nothing. Let's just do nothing and hope it will solve itself.
Yeah, no, I low key understand.
Fair enough, Ben. Thank you
Fair
for coming
enough,
on.
bro.
Yeah, so look, people like Ben, Ben is basically your average human, right? He's really not that dissimilar. Oh, someone's saying in the chat, James, you go first. There you go. Let's get number 6 on the board. So, yeah, Ben was, you know, struggling to understand it. And the thing is that that's how we evolved, right? Humanity evolved to struggle to understand this stuff and to understand complex topics as well. Not just extinction, but complex topics in general. Humanity evolved to have a low level of intelligence. So, especially when it comes to these particular topics, it matters more, okay? So, you know, mathematics isn't as blocked by nature as ethics and, you know, understanding suffering and things regarding reproduction, right? That's where nature really cares about making you unable to think about these topics properly so that you will reproduce. And it is one of the most important things in nature and genetics and evolution. It is forcing life to irrationally and for wrong reasons reproduce and survive. So it's both the fact that you want to live and the fact that you want to have children. Those are the two most important things, and both of them are irrational. So if you have rationality, if your brain works properly, then you would absolutely be against being alive and obviously being against having children. But yes, the rational position is, you know, even as a rational person and someone capable of rationality, which most humans aren't, I can tell you, you know, I've seen these things. I'm able to think about these things, whereas most people aren't. So I can give you that unique insight into it because most people can't do the thinking on this. And I can tell you that yes, the rational position is to desire and to want to not exist if there's danger, if there's unacceptable danger of suffering. Again, look, I could be hit by a car tomorrow, end up with paralysis and chronic pain for 40 years, right? I could end up with brain damage. I could become, you know, learning disabilities. I could have chronic pain and, you know, all sorts of terrible things happen to me. And that's just the mental side of it. Then, you know, the car accident could have also messed up my bowels and, you know, I've lost my legs and everything, right? So, and then you get trapped. This happens in a country where there's no euthanasia, no assisted suicide. And so you're mentally disabled and no one's going to help you. So you're trapped in a life of hell for 50 years, basically. And that's it. You've got the next 50 years is just going to be pure hell, begging for death, wishing you'd never been born. So yeah, the rational decision is, good God, I don't want to be in that danger. This is unacceptable. And the benefit of being alive does not outweigh the danger, right? So you have people begging for death now, but that could be you tomorrow. And, you know, you don't want to be in that situation. So it's only by enforcing ignorance and the inability to think about this properly that life has been made by nature to want to survive against its own best interests and to want to reproduce against the best interests of those children, basically. So yeah, the correct thing is to not exist in danger. It's not even just danger, right? It goes a lot further than that. As I've been saying over the last couple of days, it's about certainty of safety. So without, omniscience level certainty of safety, the rational decision is to not exist, right? To go for safety, right? The safety of non-existence. So that is the objectively rational and correct position on it, like objectively. So most humans are not capable of making these rational decisions or of thinking about it properly. That's why they have kids. They don't care. Humans are not capable of making responsible decisions about life forms, whether it's themselves or others. And, I've come across this example that I came up with. It's an obvious example, but I feel like it really does, drive this point home perfectly, which is that you can go into a pet shop and buy an animal and just start abusing it, right? You can just say, right, the next 5 years of your life, I'm going to make every single day as painful as possible, and I'm going to laugh every step of the way, right? And I'm going to film it for people to watch online and enjoy and make money out of it, right? So anyone can do that, right? There's no restrictions on buying an animal. You can just go and do it. No one cares, right? And yeah, terrible things do happen as a result. That's what everyone is glorifying right now, supporting, saying, yeah, let's have the freedom. And that freedom is being used for the worst things imaginable. But yeah, our respect for life, our care for life right now is as low as it could be. People say, we have to value life. Well, if we value life, then why can I go and buy it in a shop and then, bash its head in if I want to and bury it in the garden with no repercussions, right? Who's going to ring the police? Nobody. Who's going to, the pet shop isn't going to say, right, we have to do a follow-up visit, so we're going to come to your house in a few days and check on the animal. Is that okay? No, they don't care, right? Go and do whatever you want with it. Doesn't matter how much you torture it. No one's ever going to find out. No one's going to check. No one's going to ask. No one cares. Literally no one cares. Who cares, right? Can you name someone that cares? No. Extinctionists care, right? And unless you have extinction, it just keeps happening. You can say, oh, well, you go and arrest them. You have stronger laws against them. That doesn't help. That's too little too late, right? If you arrest a murderer, that doesn't help the victim, right? The victim doesn't care if you arrest them after they've been killed, right? Okay, let's get someone else on. We need more people in the queue, ideally. So, more people need to join. Yeah, let's get My Little Pony back on. Bringing you up, MLP.
Hello?
Hello.
I have more questions for you. I thought of some more questions.
Okay.
So, how would you get everyone in the world to agree to have euthanasia to die? Because how can you get everybody? Because if some people die and some people still carry on living, then it's going to affect everything. Like those people, like the economy will be affected. Because if you kill just kids, then loads of jobs will be gone, like nurseries and like a lot of teacher jobs and stuff like that. But if you kill just like certain people, then the economy will be damaged. So how will you get everyone to agree to it at the same time?
Yeah, I mean, by the time this happens, we're probably going to be relying on AI to run the world. We're going to have robots and stuff. So, yeah, actually, this is a great question. I was thinking about this last night in bed, and I was thinking, that's it. Yeah. If there are any humans running away and trying to escape, we send the robots after them, right? So, yeah, that's it. You don't need them to agree. You just send in the Terminators.
Okay. Well, how did you, what is your relationship like with your parents then? Do you, hate them for bringing you into this world?
No, I understand that they are, essentially programmed by nature to do that, and that it's not their fault, it's nature's fault.
So you don't hate people who have, there's families that have loads of kids. Do you not ever feel, a bit angry at them because you're, or you just hate them because
Yeah,
they.
the thing is that hatred and anger is like it's a very primal, basic emotion, right? So to do better than that means to understand that they were programmed by nature to do this. Yeah, they're bad people, but they didn't even choose to be born, right? They were born into that.
Yeah, I know. But so have you ever had someone close to you die?
Yeah.
And did that affect you anyway, or did you feel happy that they died?
Yeah, it didn't affect me too much.
Okay. So when people die, do you feel happy for them that they died and they escaped this world?
Yeah.
Okay. So what caused you to have this view on life, like this viewpoint on life? Like what happened during your childhood or teenagers that caused you to think of the world in this way?
Yeah. Well, I guess the best answer would be the more you try and learn about the world and try to understand it, the more aware of the suffering you become, right?
Okay, so are you more interested in the dark side of things? Like, do you watch a lot of true crime and stuff like that? No, okay. Because for me, I watch a lot of true crime, so I know how how evil people can be. So that's why I agree with you. I agree with your viewpoint. But just the problem is, I don't think it's like realistic that you can get to the point where you can kill all human life off the planet. I just don't think that's realistic because obviously people are going to rebel. I think because this is more of a minority viewpoint. It's not like the majority of people on this planet think life is good. Everyone should live. Like you've seen, I mean, when I was at school, I got reported for suicidal thoughts, but I wasn't saying it. I said it to one of my friends. I wasn't saying it in like even a sad way. I was like, I would rather die, stuff like that, because this world is a negative place. And they took it really seriously. They called my parents and everything. But I was saying as a matter of fact. So if that's how schools react, that's how people react. And you see on TikTok, if you search up ways to die, it will give you you need help or whatever. How are you going to convince, if it's such a minority viewpoint, how are you going to get to the point where if you can even convince people to agree to it? Because if the majority are against it, it's going to be impossible for the minority to influence them for such a viewpoint that's so hated. Like, even look at the people in your comments right here. They're literally basically all disagreeing with you. So how are you going to get to this point? I feel it's really unrealistic.
Yeah, well, a few things. So, firstly, this is the way that the world is trending, right? You've got more people getting involved in ethics and morality now. And so, we are on an upwards trajectory. So I think it's going to get bigger. It's going to become more mainstream, more popular as time goes on. But yeah, it is a very difficult challenge. It's basically at the most difficult point right now. And that's also, because the movement is small right now, it makes it very difficult for people to believe in it. But that's going to happen with any movement at the start of it, right? It's not going to start out as a massive movement. Any movement starts out small. So people are struggling to have faith in it because of that. But as it gets bigger, I think people will start to realize more and more that, yeah, this is serious, right? As serious as the suffering is. So this is kind of like the way that any life should go, really. You start out as animals on the planet. You start to develop intelligence. And as you become more intelligent, you become more and more against suffering, basically, more and more responsible for other life.
So you think you're
animals are
more
only responsible for
intelligent?
themselves.
Do you think you're more intelligent than the average person on the planet?
Yeah.
So do you have this idea? Do you think you're one of the most intelligent people?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I had another question. I can't remember it now. I don't know. Have you ever had like a diagnosis of some sort?
No.
Okay. So I'm just curious. I'm just really curious how you got to this point in life where you come up with this extreme idea.
So I didn't come up with it. The movement started 3 years ago, and I joined last year.
Oh, I thought you were the leader.
No, I'm one of the leaders, but I didn't start it.
So how did you come to this idea by yourself, or were you influenced by what you've seen online?
No, so most people that joined the movement, including myself, didn't take much convincing. So when the movement reached out to me and invited me, I pretty much agreed straight away and said, yeah, end all suffering, how can I help?
Okay. Yeah, I don't have any more questions.
Fair enough. Well, if you think of any more, then, let us know. But, we have lots of questions and answers on the frequently asked questions page on our website. You can check that out, as well as our manifesto. Okay, we've got a few people in the queue now, finally. We've been struggling for people in the queue quite badly. Valentine Rangelove, let's try them. Who runs your movement? Great question. There's a handful of leaders running the movement. Someone in Germany, myself in the UK, a leader, the creator of the movement is in India, and then we also have a leader in Poland, and we're getting new leaders sort of developing all the time. Hello, how you doing?
Hey man, how's it going?
Good, thank you.
So I just wanted to say I saw your TikTok and I thought it's like a joke or something in the beginning, but then I got a little bit in your videos and stuff. So I just wanted to ask you some questions. The first one is, do you really think it's possible to like extinct all life and like creatures and microbes and like even plants and like how is that going to be possible? Because like if there's oxygen and if there's like water, that there's always going to be like some creatures or like some microbes coming up. So even if we make extinction on the planet right now, in the next, who knows, like thousands of years or millions of years, then again everything is going to restart again, right?
Yeah, so we have to prevent that.
But like, how are you gonna prevent something that is in the nature? Like this is life. This has
most planets in the universe don't have life, so we just have to make ours the same as that.
Most animals on the Earth doesn't have life. Did you say?
Most planets in the universe don't have life.
Okay, most yes, but there are some potentially that have life, right? Is that correct? Or do you believe in that?
Yeah, so we should try and prevent life for as much of the universe as possible.
Okay, so then that means first we need to extinct the animals, in your opinion, and then the plants, and then we need to search for other planets, or actually, okay, and then.
But the thing is, Valentine, look, as soon as humanity is no longer useful, we can make it go extinct. And the best case scenario is to pass the job on to AI and robots, and they can do the rest of the universe. They can make sure life doesn't come back on Earth, and that would be perfect, right?
Yeah. Okay. What about all the people that actually enjoy life? So, like, you want to remove a lot of like everyone, because a small portion of the planet suffers, which I understand. It's terrible.
Well, the majority of the planet suffers.
The majority of the planet suffers. Okay. Well, isn't that like the nature? Isn't that how it's supposed to be in a way?
Well, no, it's not. It's not how it's supposed to be. It's just how it is.
Okay. And you think that you, with your movement, essentially, you are able to change how nature works in a way, like, because this has been happening for millions and millions of years, and suddenly you think that you came here and you, by making extinction of everything, that is gonna stop forever, or like what if there's other planets that you cannot like reach out to? Like how is it gonna happen there? Like you are unable to do that for everyone. So
yeah, but if you can only help 5 out of 10 people, you should still only help the 5, right?
Yeah, but you are making more suffering to other people.
How?
You're making more suffering to other people who are actually enjoying life, right?
Right, but the thing is that the rational decision for them to make is to not exist in danger. So they're not capable of making the correct decision. We have to do it for them.
Okay, thank you, man.
No worries. Thank you, Valentine. Yeah, I'd give him a bit of a W for, he did pretty well there. All right, moving on. Try and get our next person. Hello. How's it going?
James, what's going on, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I have a question for you. How old were you when you first had like a nihilistic thought? like, whoa, we should not be here. We should not be continuing?
Yeah, I don't know really. Probably. Yeah, the thing is, nobody is born extinctionist, I would say. So I think for most people, you're indoctrinated into the culture of the society. You've got the nature makes you think that life is good and, everything's great. So you have to be snapped out of it. You need to be saved from it. You need to be educated out of it. And that's what happened to me. I didn't know about extinctionism before the pro-extinction movement, taught me about it.
Mm-hmm. So how did you grow up? Like, did you have a two-parent household? And then, like, were you also religious, or were you like raised atheist? How were
Yeah, atheistic family in the UK.
Nice. Oh wow. Okay. Like, have you talked to your parents about these ideas?
Yeah, they're not really. They can't really engage on it.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to
Okay.
talk about it.
Interesting. Okay, so my first thought my earliest thought is that no, I'm asking personal questions because it's important to understand like who James is and why he agrees with this. This is important. So I'm just gonna give you some background. I am a well, I was doing a lot of mental health work. Like, I'm a mental health nurse. Okay. So I was taking care of a lot of kids for almost 10 years who, have suicidal thoughts, stuff like that. And it was my job to work through keeping all these kids alive and like work through their thoughts and support them through this. However, I know when I was 9 years old, I had this random thought. I was like, whoa. Somebody was like, one day you'll have kids. I think I was talking to my mom or something in the basement. We're doing laundry. She's like, one day you'll have kids. And I remember looking at her and being like, why would I ever do that? Why would I ever do that? And I said, I would never have kids. Are you crazy? I would hurt them. That was like my automatic thought. I would hurt these kids. But like, that was just a thought that I just, when you're a child, you don't doubt these like thoughts, right? You have this gut instinct. You're just like, I am not having kids. This is
We
going to be
actually
harmful.
encourage our children to be stupid, right? We give them
That's right.
fantasies like Santa Claus and stuff, and we treat them like, oh, do, right? So we actually almost encourage them to be less intelligent.
Right. I'm not ready to hurt kids, P-Zactful. I'm trying to give you some background. I'm a mental health nurse. I support kids. I don't want them to kill themselves in harmful ways and have like
So that's a great question.
irrational
So
thought.
do you think that suicide is always a bad thing?
So I think the reasons why most people have suicide thoughts are not the rational way of like, actually life is not that great. It's not that productive. They're not thinking in that way. They're typically thinking in a way that's like they're having coping strategy issues. They do actually most of these kids actually want to live because their programming is that they want to live. But typically, most of the suicidal thoughts that kids are having to do with like either control or feeling misunderstood or something along that lines. They're not thinking as big as
Goji, your
action.
microphone is crackling.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm just saying that most of these kids, when you get to the bottom of it, are not thinking at the level of maybe I should be thinking about all suffering. This is not like a rational thing for humans to continue. They're not thinking on that level, most of these kids. They're thinking about themselves and how they're relating to others and how their emotions are so big they're having trouble managing it. So they're not thinking about, what we're thinking about, right? We're not.
That's true.
they're
That's
not-
true. That's true.
Yeah.
They're thinking, I want to live, but it's too bad for me to do so, right?
Yeah. So I don't support kids killing themselves because of like having trouble with their emotions. But the thought that at some point, we are going to have to end what we're trying to carry on. And I've always suspected that we were like, do you think somebody's like, when I say somebody, I'm not talking about like a god or something like that. I'm talking about like, if there was another life force or life form and they might have, like, we might be in somebody's, ant farm.
Yeah.
And they are trying to force us to live and continue so they can profit off of us, or it's just, everybody just seems to profit. We're either eating each other, profiting off each other, eating these animals, killing these every animal dies like an excruciating death. Like I like that idea that, you know, at some point we've got to stop consuming. This is just a consumptive existence and I
Yeah.
hate it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to take you off just because the microphone crackling is really bad. But yeah, you know, one way I like to think of it is that, you know, humans with their naturalistic, selfish ways and of abuse and exploitation, right? Imagine you gave a human 1,000 planets to look after, right? 1,000 planets, that's their kingdom now. And, you know, these planets are producing, you know, crops and products and stuff like that, and you're benefiting as the ruler. You know, if this was a real thing, right? If this actually happened, and, you know, lots of those planets were just full of horrific suffering, but there was a chance it might get better, right? And they might produce better products and things for people to buy. Right, most people would just be like, that's fine, just let it happen, right? They just wouldn't care. So yeah, we live in a system of where it's encouraged to exploit and abuse, right? And really, I guess, ultimately, we live in a mishmash, crazy sort of society and bubble, right? A psychological bubble where all of these crazy concepts and principles have been warped and turned upside down by nature and evolution. And it's so upside down, it's so crazy. And you get this. You get our society here where, yeah, you know, people causing suffering, it's fine. Animals suffering, it's fine. You know, have animal farms, right? Animal exploitation, it's fine. So yeah, it's very animalistic. We have to evolve out of that, grow out of it, do better. That's what extinction is. It's about, you know, saying, okay, let's do more, let's do better. Hello, how you doing? Peaceful, trying to bring you on.
You can hear me?
Yes. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna be honest, man. I don't know why you feel this way, bro. And the fact you feel this speaks into your character. But there has to be some outlying narcissistic factor that's going on. Because the fact that you think forcefully causing total extinction of all life is going to end all suffering makes no sense at
Well,
all.
I think just on a mathematical basis, it makes perfect sense. It would do the trick, right? It would do what it says on the tin.
No, it would not. It would not do that. And the reason it would not is because of this. The fact that you want to forcefully cause total extinction,
So
forcefully.
how would it not do it? How would ending all suffering not end all suffering?
Technically it ends. Yeah, it'll literally end everything. Because because people enjoy life. The fact that I've
Not
been
everyone.
up here,
Not everyone.
I done no, hold on. I done seen you say points like, well, the fact that people suffer is ruins it or something like that. The fact that hunger, death, all that happens. My guy, that's a part of life. That's the natural cycle of everything.
Well,
Creatures die.
yeah, I know it's a
Things,
part of life, but that doesn't mean it's okay.
but that's the thing. Without all of that, the fact that you would rather have nothingness and you think nothingness is going to like fill the voids of joy, relationships,
Wait,
the
what?
things. I'm saying listen, when you remove total extinction, there's nothing no more. We don't exist. We don't have you're basically saying that neutral and natural is good. No, that's not how that
Yeah,
works.
no, I'm saying
The
that
reason
the absence of suffering is more important than the existence of life.
how?
Because it's the only ethical thing, right?
How's how's that the only ethical thing?
Right, because you can't be ethical and without a zero tolerance policy on suffering.
Without a zero policy on suffering.
Yeah, you can't be ethical without a zero tolerance policy on suffering, which means extinction.
I mean, what are you trying to hit at? Like, what are you trying to say, bro?
Well, look, what's the alternative? It's to say that a certain amount of suffering justifies happiness, right? That if someone suffers terribly, it doesn't matter as long as someone is happy. That's what you're saying, right?
No. I'm saying that stuff like that is going to happen, bro, and that is just going to
Yeah,
and
you're
what
saying it doesn't
you're
matter.
trying to cause
Exactly, that's
no,
what I just
but
said.
that's what I'm trying to say though. You're trying to cause more suffering. You're right, and
What do
your
you mean?
point.
What
You're
do you mean?
trying to basically cause more suffering to do what? To get a neutral standing. So you
How
want to
would?
make
What
the
do you mean
world
more
worse
suffering? What do you mean by more suffering?
by forcefully causing total extinction. People will not be happy. That's what you're not getting. People do not want this to happen. This is not just going to go in a good way.
Lots of people do want it. Lots of people do want it.
Lots of people do want to. What people? The people that you talk to, the 60 people the people on your panel? No, stop saying that. You do not have a actual number amount of people that want to do this.
Well,
People
it's more than
actually
zero,
join
which is what you said, right? So we'll give you a straw man for that.
The thing is, you and the people that follow you and follow your ideals, your ethics, and what you believe in, maybe they want to do that. You cannot force this view on other people and make people
There you
think that
go.
this is okay.
He's on one straw man. Okay. So the thing is, you're saying that we shouldn't force it onto people, right? But life is forcing worse suffering onto people. So how is that okay?
Life is forcing worse suffering onto people. How is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, give me an example.
Okay. Someone with depression.
Someone with depression. Hey, listen, depression is caused by their people's own individual experiences. Stop doing that. That is
But
depression
okay,
is
that's
totally
not that's
caused by a person
what
on
caused
you.
it. Listen, what caused it doesn't matter. Okay. You're just
So
trying
wait,
to
you're
find
saying
excuses to justify it.
no. Wait, you're saying that just because a person is going through depression, that means that it is absolutely justifiable for that person, right? That person, they can feel that type of way. They can be going through depression. You're saying just because that one person is, that the rest of the world should be forcefully extinct because of that. My guy,
Yeah.
your argument is completely trash for that. It
How?
makes no logical sense. It's
Okay,
like you're
let's break it down then.
you're thinking about the individual when in the world everybody matters, bro. Everybody life. A lot of people care
But
about
you're
life.
contradicting yourself. You're saying that I'm thinking about the individual, but everyone matters. Well, you can't. That's exactly right. You have to think about every
And that's
individual
why
because they all matter.
right, everybody does matter. So the fact that you think that everybody deserves to go because these people are having these experiences doesn't make any sense.
Why?
Your point isn't
Why?
making no sense because
All
everyone
right, calm down, or I'm going to kick you out because you're just getting emotional now. We're not. This isn't a proper discussion at this point.
I'm actually not getting emotional. I feel okay. I'm just talking this out. So calm down, bro.
So look, your position is that some suffering is okay if someone else is happy, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So how much? What's the ratio?
What's the ratio?
Yeah. How much suffering
I
is
don't think
justifiable by pleasure?
listen, first of all, I don't think suffering should ever intentionally happen or intentionally be bestowed upon an individual. I don't think any individual
So you
should
think it's better if
purposely
it
feel bad.
happens without intentionality?
Listen, things in life will happen. That is just
Hang
nature.
on.
That's the nature of
Let's
us.
see. Dodged questions. I think you're on like 2 or 3 of these at least now. I'm going to give you 3. Okay. I'm going to give you 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
What?
So let's try and answer that question that you're trying to dodge. Okay. So if you're saying that some suffering is acceptable as long as someone else is happy, how does it work? What's the ratio? Because if you're going to try and say that, child abuse is okay, then we need details, right? You can't just be vague about it.
Bro, nobody never said that. Oh, now listen, this is what you're doing. I never said child abuse is okay. I never said anything like that.
You said it's just part of life.
I'm literally telling you if it naturally happens.
Did you not say it's just part of life?
I said yes, stuff like that will naturally happen.
Right. So yeah, you are saying it's okay.
I'm not. I never said it's okay.
Well, you're not saying it's not okay, are you?
My guy, listen, first of all, don't put words in
Will
my
you
mouth.
condemn
That's
child
not
abuse?
what I said. You're acting very weird right now, and it's really throwing me off. I never
Right,
said that.
I'm just holding you accountable to your own words. Maybe you're not used to that happening. Maybe people let you get away with saying complete nonsense and don't actually point it out to you and say, well, no, you did just say that. Maybe that doesn't happen a lot in your life. Maybe you talk so much that nobody gets a word in, right? So you're living in an echo chamber of your own making. So we'll give that guy an L guest. L guest, that's number 6. I mean, there's probably been more than 6 people today that should be on here, but, you know, can't always be bothered to keep it up to date. But that's number 6, L guest. And he ended up on, you know, quite a few dodged questions. Quite a few. Okay, let's get the next person on. We've got, let's try Milo. Let's try Milo.
Hello?
Hello, how you doing?
Good.
Great, do you have any questions?
So, why do you think it would end all suffering?
Because you would have to be completely insane to think that suffering would exist if there's no life. So why do you think it wouldn't end suffering? Like, are you actually insane?
I mean, in, well, measures, if taking an example, planets need to be watered, if there was no one to water it, then that would live.
Did that sound a lot smarter in your head, or?
Can you answer my question?
What's your question?
I just said it.
Can you repeat it? It
Do I
just
need
made
to make-
so
do I-
little sense
do
to
I-
me that I'm assuming that you misspoke.
Do I need to make a tally of dodge questions?
I'm asking you to repeat it. You're the one not repeating it.
Yeah, because I feel like people...
Milo, thank you so much for dodging your own question. Yeah, that's great actually. Let's give Milo some points for that was the last person. Milo, we're going to give you like 3 points for dodging your own question. Can you repeat that question? No, please don't make me repeat it. Okay. Feel free to join the queue again, Milo, if you want to take a second attempt at that. But I'd be probably too embarrassed to do that myself, so I won't blame you if you don't join the queue again. All right, let's see who else we got. Noisy Attic, a detractor, an opposer, a spicy meatball. Hello.
Hey.
How you doing?
How's it going?
Good. I'm going to hold on to the cards because I feel like we might need them.
Yeah. Get the card. There we go. You got it? Comfy?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Just 2 quick points, really. I mean, you probably have to know this is impossible, yeah?
Hang on. Let's see. That's number 1. Oh, man. We're running out of space on the Strawman card. But yeah, let's go with number 1.
You can't mark it down
Right
as a
there.
straw man. I haven't even done my bit.
You've just strawmanned immediately that I know that this isn't possible. Okay, so yeah, that's number 1.
No, you must know
Not a
this
good
is-
start, but let's continue.
Okay, cool. How did the Earth start off?
Nature.
No. Like, okay, cool. Yeah, sure. How was it at the start?
What?
How was the Earth at the start?
Probably lifeless.
Yeah, barren, on fire, all that.
Yeah.
And yet, we still got life.
Yeah.
So what's your plan? Set the Earth on fire, destroy it? What's the plan?
No, to try and find a way to prevent life coming back.
So worse than the whole planet being molten lava and...
No, you see, life thrives on energy and heat. So, making the planet colder would probably be better. Then again, I don't know. If you made it really hot, yeah, probably even less life. You could get rid of the atmosphere, right? The ozone layer, for example.
Wait, hang on. All these things have already happened. And yet we still have life.
Yeah, so
The
we
planet
need
was
we
frozen,
need an
we didn't
even
have
more
an ozone
comprehensive system. Yeah.
More comprehensive than what the universe has come up with in the last
Well,
13
nature
billion
hasn't
years.
come up with anything. Nature doesn't think, right? So you're comparing something that has zero intelligence to something that does. That's
You come
unintelligent.
from nature, don't you? Anyway,
Yeah, but I'm not as stupid as nature is. If you're saying that you are, then I'm sorry to
I'm
hear
not
that.
saying that. I'm saying
You
your
are.
plan is
You are saying
impossible
that.
because of
You are
all
saying
of these things have already happened.
Like what?
Extinctions,
But
like the planet being complete.
an intelligent extinction has happened, has it?
No, that's what I'm
Let's
asking. What is your intelligent
let's get
extinction?
you
How
on
are
the
you going to
straw
do that?
mans for that. That's definitely a straw man. Okay, you're on 2 now. You
How?
want to keep
I'm
going?
asking you, how could you make the planet worse than what it started off with?
Using science and technology, right? Nature is the complete lack of intelligence. You know, again, if that's you, then I'm sorry to hear that. But we can do better than nature can.
No, I don't think we can. We come from nature. Second one.
You think we can't do better than nature because we come from it? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. You cure an illness, you cure a disease or something. You've beaten nature, right?
We require nature to do all those things.
All right, I think we're officially giving you an L guess.
Hang on, I've got one more point.
Definitely an L guess point for this. You're doing really.
What about the
badly.
people that choose suffering? What about the people that choose suffering?
Well, that's a tiny minority.
No, it's not. It's half of the planet. Like pregnant.
Okay,
women.
well, let me give you a better answer then. So, like I said before, the rational decision is non-existence over danger, basically unlimited danger as well, right? So, yeah, they're making an irrational decision, and we need to make the responsible decision for them.
No, hang on. How do you know their decision is irrational?
We've done the science on it.
So, no suffering is the only way.
Yeah.
Okay, but like a woman knows when she's going to get pregnant, she's going to suffer, right? She chooses that openly, and you want to have more people.
But
so
they're
there will be
programmed by
more
nature
suffering.
to do that against their own best interest.
How do you know you weren't programmed by nature against your own brain or whatever?
Well, I was.
Yeah, I mean, like 99.9% of mutations in nature is redundant, right? They fall away because they can't survive in the environment.
Yeah.
And you guys haven't survived in the environment, have you? The extinctionism guys.
We're still alive, so yeah.
You're still alive.
Yeah, I'm giving you a third one for that, right? To suggest that we're all dead when we're not.
That's not what I suggested. Do you
That's
understand
pretty
words?
poor, mate. That's pretty poor.
Well, you're being outbred, definitely. So eventually.
Well, no, we're trying to actually outbreed pro-lifers. So by donating sperm, we can have thousands of children.
Okay, and you said earlier that extinction is
So that's
nothing
we're
to
giving
do
you a
with
fourth point
genetics.
for that. We're giving you another point for that. Yeah, we're giving you
Hello.
another point for that. Yeah, sorry.
Extinctionism has nothing to do with genetics. You said it earlier.
Say again?
You said earlier extinctionism has nothing to do with genetics.
No, I said it's everything to do with genetics.
No.
I did.
Okay, where did you get the idea from?
I gave a whole speech about how it's all to do with genetics.
Nope. Where did you get your idea from?
I think I should know what I said.
No, hang on. Where did you get your idea from?
I'm
Where
going to
did you
give
get
you a
your
fifth
idea?
straw man for that. You're on 5 now. You're on fire.
Where did you get your idea from?
You're actually beating every other guest from earlier today, so you're winning now.
Cool. Where did you get your idea from?
Science, basically.
Science?
Yeah, I know it's a
Wait,
crazy
hang on.
thing. I know it's a crazy
Science,
thing. You've probably never heard of
says,
science.
Science says the only way to solve life is by killing everything.
Well, no, you
Or
were asking
suffering,
about
sorry.
genetics, weren't you? So
Yes, I was.
yeah,
That's
so
true.
make
Okay,
it clear
so-
what you're asking about.
So, if you look up on Google, it'll simply say that extinctionism is an ideology and has nothing to do with someone's genetics. It is literally just an idea coming from
Yeah,
their
but
environment.
Google's not correct.
Oh, you guys are, though.
Sorry?
But you guys are correct.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're the ones running the movement, not Google.
No. How do you know Google's science is not correct and yours
Google
is?
doesn't use science.
No, Google reports on the science that was posted.
What have you Googled exactly?
Is extinct.
Right, but yet this is new science, right? So there aren't papers published on this. And yeah, you might not find about it on Google in terms of extinctionism, but you can easily verify that, yes, genetics...
But genetics is not a new
do,
science.
improve your brain, basically.
No, lie.
Yeah, they do. I mean, would you rather be a Neanderthal?
Genetics might improve your brain, but it doesn't give you your ideas.
So you said that was a lie, and now you're going back on it. We're going to give you another point for that.
No,
that's
saying you are
6
lying.
now. You're on 6 points. Let's
No,
see how many points you can score.
Extinctionisms has nothing to do with genetics. It's an idea that comes from your environment.
How do you know?
And you can claim, oh, it's new science, but genetics isn't science.
Okay. Well, firstly, it is, and secondly, how do you explain the difference then between people that agree with extinction and people that can't understand it?
Oh my God, really? The environment. They've been introduced to the idea.
We're going to give you an L guest. So, yeah, do you want to go into detail on that?
Okay, so you heard an idea from your genetics and never from your environment.
Say again? Oh, actually, that was another straw man. He was saying that we only get ideas from genetics. So, obviously, I'm not saying that. So, you're on 7 points now. 7 straw mans, basically in a row. So, do you want to keep going? Okay, I think he's out of straw mans. Hello, do you have any more straw man? Any more straw men for us? No, we're out of straw mans. Okay, thank you for 7 points. Pretty much every single word was a straw man. That's impressive. That is impressive. He's out of straw. Well said, Shroom. Well said. He's out of straw. Yeah, maybe he built a straw man from the show From, if anyone's seen that. Okay, bringing on our next guest. Okay, no, they're not loading in. Let's see who else we got. We've got Ben Katze next. Oh. Okay, no, I guess
Hello?
that's come on. Hello, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm fine. Well, I do agree with your movement. I just have some questions.
Okay. Go for it. You've muted yourself. Yeah, if you try and go on a different app, you will just get cut off, basically. Are you back? Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, he's asking me if you guys are radical anarchists, which I don't think is true. I've read your manifesto and...
Yeah, we're against anarchy.
No. Yeah, and I'm looking, well, some humans don't deserve life at all, first of all.
I would say that nobody deserves to be in danger.
Of course.
So, yeah,
Yeah.
nobody.
And we didn't have a chance. We never had a chance to choose if we want to come here or not.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Everyone's forced into it, forced to suffer.
Exactly.
Yeah, we have to
And
put it up.
unfortunately, I'm an atheist. My parents are Muslim, and they tried forcing their religion on me many times, and I've never coincided with their religious texts at all.
Yeah.
Talking about morality and sacraments. All religions do this. They broadcast their religion as the universe objective morals humans have to live by. But morality is individually objective. Am I right?
No, there is objective morality.
Right. Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't really contribute to your movement. I'm only 15 years old. Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, we do have 15-year-olds in the movement. One of the leaders of the entire movement is 16.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Our German leader is 16 years old, and he's doing activism every single day, every single weekend. He's out on the streets with cards, doing big events. He's one of the most responsible people I've ever met, and one of the best activists I've ever met at 16.
Do you know Theodor Kaczynski?
No. Yet. Anyway, so yeah, thank you for coming on, and consider reading the website. And yeah, you can join the movement at 15. I would say, realistically, anyone over like 12 or 13 can probably join the movement. As long as they seem intelligent and they know what they're doing. So yeah, Renee, he does live streams, he does videos on TikTok, and he does street protests, street events. He's literally running the bank account for the movement. He's set up the donation page on the website. And yeah, he's like, it doesn't matter that he's 16, he's doing better activism than 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds. What's his account? It's kind of hard to say the name because it's one of those user 537, bunch of numbers. If you really want to find his account, go on the Discord, go on the website through my profile on TikTok, join the Discord, and I can give you the link to his account there. Or you can ask someone else for it. There's dozens of people in the Discord. Technically, it's like 700, but actively there's dozens of people active. So there's always going to be someone to answer your questions. And yeah, there's lots of people that understand extinctionism on a similar level to myself. So you can always join the Discord, ask them, ask other people their perspectives, right? Get a perspective. Okay, we've got a few people in the queue. Let's try and get Death back on. How will you get people underground? I don't know. We'll have to try. Hello, how you doing?
Hello. Good. So, as I understand it, you think you're one of the smartest people in the world and have the right to decide what is best for others without their permissions, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. And now we're getting to the most interesting part. What if someone just like you decides that life is the ultimate good and that everyone must stay alive, and even they don't want to, even they suffer every day, or even they are in vegetable. Just imagine they start.
Those people already exist, right? They already exist. That's most people.
Yep. And imagine someone start a pro-life movement like yours, just opposite, and you end up in a vegetable state, desperately wanting to die, yeah? And yet you're forced to suffer simply because someone else decided that existence is better for you than non-existence.
Yeah, look, this isn't even a hypothetical. These people already exist. It's most people.
Yeah,
so,
actually, this is exactly what's happening right now.
Yeah.
Doctors keep people on life support, force them to stay alive and stuff. And don't you think it's the exact same thing? You want to eliminate everyone regardless of whether they want to die, while someone else who also thinks they know best wants to make choice for you. What do you think about it?
It's the lesser of two evils, really, isn't it? So, I mean, we can either have billions of years of suffering, or we can have billions of years of safety.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for coming on. So yeah, we should make the world as safe as possible. And that does mean non-existence, right? And prevention of existence. And, who's that going to benefit? It's going to benefit the victims, the sufferers, those who didn't ask to be born, didn't want to be born, those who, don't like life, didn't want to live, or those who are in terrible suffering. So only the selfish ones who don't care about the sufferers want existence to continue, basically. Okay, let's try and get Ben back on. Ben Katze.
Hey,
Hello, Ben.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
I just wanted to say I mostly agree with you. I mean, it's been 2 weeks now. I lost my little brother, and the pain is indescribable. The pain, and wish he didn't exist. I wish I didn't exist to experience this pain. And I think no one deserves to go through a similar experience. But my question is, why do you want to erase all life? I mean, it's necessary for humans to go extinct because we are intelligent enough to understand pain, to understand that none of this is worth living. But for the rest of the life, I don't think any animal is intelligent enough to understand the pain they go through.
Yeah,
So
you
why
don't
would
need to
you
be
want to
intelligent
erase
to
all
feel
life?
pain. Yeah, you don't need to be intelligent to feel pain.
But it doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, the animals,
But animals
they don't
suffer
even
worse than we
realize
do.
that they live.
No, they
Yeah,
suffer
but
worse
they
than we
don't.
do.
You know what's worse than suffering is understanding that you're going through suffering. That I mean, the understanding
I
that.
don't know. I wouldn't try and I wouldn't say that. No.
And okay, yeah, it's a fair point. My second question would be, how would you guys like? How do you think you can achieve your goal of like total extension of all life?
Well, we have ethics on our side. We have morality on our side. We have logic on our side. We have a lot of stuff on our side. We have the sufferers on our side, right? So yeah, going forward, that which is right is going to get stronger. We're on the other end of that right now, where we're still coming out of our animal nature, and yeah, we are going to get better.
Well, I agree with you. I agree with the movement. I could even describe myself as a member of this movement, but I just think it would never succeed because you will always have a small minority of people who would disagree with us,
Well,
thus
it doesn't matter.
continuing the lineage of humans.
Why would a small minority disagreeing mean that we can't just get rid of them?
I mean, yeah, well, what can I say? It's a crazy thing to say. As much as I agree with you, I don't think that we should necessarily force people on our ideas.
But they're being
But
forced
yeah,
to
I think
exist by other people. They're being forced to suffer by other people. So yeah, you do have to force safety. You have to enforce safety, otherwise you allow suffering.
true, but like if you take India, for example, you have hundreds of thousands of villages in which people don't even know how to read, let alone to understand that, hey, you're
But
suffering
they
and you
don't need
shouldn't
to
exist.
understand
So,
it, right? They don't need to learn about it. They don't need to understand it. We can just do it for them.
well, yeah, but you just said you're not an anarchist, so how does this work? I mean,
Yeah, so we need to do it as a
you're not
government,
an
as an authority.
okay, I understand your point. Although I don't agree with you, I think yeah, it's a valid point. Like the pain I'm in right now, nobody deserves to go through this. It's horrible. Life as a whole is horrible, and if I can choose not to exist, I would choose this all day, every day. Thank you so much for letting me talk.
Okay, thank you,
Thank
Ben.
you.
Yeah, we tend to think of our own life when we're trying to judge other people's lives, but the problem is that we evolved to not actually care about others properly and to not be able to empathize with them fully. So what that means is that those who are the more someone is suffering, the less we can empathize with them, meaning that those that suffer the most get ignored the most. We can't relate to them, we can't sympathize with them, we can't really even help them, although now we can with extinction. So those that suffer the most, to a selfish person, that's the most useless person ever, right? Nothing to do with them, right? They have no benefit from thinking about that sufferer. So yeah, for selfish people, the more you suffer, the less they care about you, because the more help you need, right? And that's the more demand on them, more moral obligation on them. So yeah, we've all evolved to think that way. So everyone is selfish, everyone, whether you realize it or not. And yeah, that means that, we find it difficult to do the right thing, to think about the sufferers, because it goes directly against nature and selfishness. We evolved to be selfish so that we would survive and reproduce. So caring about others directly goes against your own self-interest, right? If you have to sacrifice yourself, give up your life, you die for someone else, that goes against your survival and reproduction. And if you're going to care about others and animals and not want to eat them, that goes against your survival and reproduction, right? Feeding your kids with animals and stuff. So we've evolved to be selfish, to be unethical, right? And the thing is, I've explained this before, being selfish was necessary for life to evolve, right? When you had animals, okay, and predators, right? The predators wouldn't have lasted very long if they were trying to help other animals and not trying to kill them. So, we had to be incredibly selfish, and not just as predators, but also just because this world is so dangerous, right? So, even among herbivores, you're not going to share your food if you're running out and you're starving. You're going to eat it before your friend eats it, right? They're going to die, you're going to survive. So life evolved to be selfish so that it would live. And we've still got that problem. Humans are still under that problem, and they cannot get out of it. They can't stop being selfish. People really struggle with the genetics aspect of this, but the more you learn about it, the more obvious it becomes, right? That it absolutely is genetic, and we are genetically selfish so that we'll survive, and that's why people are so blind to suffering. It's just obvious. You don't need me to write a scientific paper for you to understand that. If you can't understand that, then that's because of your disability, the same disability. So, this kind of all revolves around, human intelligence being limited by nature, resulting in essentially a mental disability. I've just made a video about it on my channel. Cora's saying we need proof. So these people can't think about it themselves. They can't logically deduce it. They can't do the logical deduction, do the thinking on it. They need someone to do it for them, to show them the proof, right? And Cora's now saying I'm not a scientist. Well, I am, okay? I will ban you if you say that again, Cora, because I am, okay? It is true. So we are doing serious research on this. I'm trying to develop a cure for this mental disability. So, the thing is that understanding all of this stuff, even the logic behind everything I'm saying now, even stuff like understanding free will, whereas actually it's just deterministic genetics, even that goes against human nature and human intelligence, meaning that you're actually biologically compelled to get angry at people and emotional, right? That's a substitute for intelligence and rationality. So it was more convenient for evolution to make animals emotional and instinctive, right? So they don't think everything through, right? They feel hungry, they feel angry, they feel scared, okay? So they're not, logically thinking everything, every decision. No one does that, right? Everyone relies on their subconscious, on instincts, on reactions and stuff. So, animals have got that same problem where essentially they rely on instinct and emotion, and humans have still got that as well. That's why we get angry at people instead of understanding, what's actually going on there. So someone said, are you angry at your parents for giving birth to you? No, I understand why they did it. So that's, understanding is better than being angry. It's better than emotions. So that's another part of it. But yeah, this is just such obvious stuff, right? That's just blatant genetics and evolution, right? Animals evolved to be instinctive rather than to have full intelligence over every decision they're making, right? You would need a bigger brain for that, a more complex brain, and that would have been very inefficient. So it was more efficient for evolution and life to rely on instincts and primal motivations that would keep it alive, being selfish, being hungry, not caring about others, right? So to be animalistic. So, life is never born with just a blank slate and then it has to figure everything out. That's a complete myth. No, you're born with survival instinct, with hunger, and with reproductive instincts as well. And yeah, absolutely, humanity has suppressed, limited, capped intelligence and rationality. And that's why they rely on emotions. That's why they, that's why Becky's having 10 kids down the street, right? It's why they're locked into their animalistic motivations, right? Survival and reproduction. And that's it. And not being empathetic. So that is kind of one of the best proofs and evidences that I can give you. That, yeah, people aren't empathetic, right? They are selfish. What do they do with their free time? Selfish stuff, right? Oh, I'm going to the cinema. I'm going to see a friend. I'm going for a walk. Meanwhile, everyone's suffering terribly and needs help, but you're ignoring them, right? So most people are selfish. They are animalistic. They don't have empathy. They don't care about the sufferers. The more you suffer, the less they care about you, because they evolved that way. It's just insanely obvious that this has genetics all over it, right? And do you think a Neanderthal would have the same intelligence as you, or do you think that you genetically have superior intelligence to a Neanderthal? Do you genetically have superior intelligence to, a donkey or a cockroach? Obviously, yes, you do. So prove that intelligence is genetic, that life is genetics. What are you talking about? It's everything you see here is down to genetics. The idea that intelligence is just down to education and your life experience is completely ridiculous. It's a childish way of understanding the world. Okay, I was going to get Cora on, but she was doing a bit of straw manning, so we're going to put Cora on the straw man sheet right there. Actually, we're going to give her 3. 1 for saying I'm a narcissist, 1 for saying we're not doing science, and 3 for saying it's not genetic and there's no proof. Okay, let's see who's next. Organic Kirk, he's been in the queue for a while. Let's try and bring him up. Hello, how you doing?
Hey, James. I must commend you for the work that you have been doing, highlighting euthanasia and MAID. It's a wonderful job, right? However, have you actually gone to Parliament to make the suggestion of making euthanasia legalized in the UK?
No, not yet, but it's a great idea, and I probably will do it.
Right, because I've done some studies and I've realized that Canada and just a small number of countries in the European region has actually legalized euthanasia. And have you considered the fact that the medical field, persons in the medical field, objective is to actually preserve life, and to ask them to do euthanasia is going against their objective.
Yeah, well, they're not making responsible decisions, right? Preserving life means preserving danger, preserving suffering and cruelty. So that every last human is under the same mental disability where they are not capable of making responsible decisions for life.
You're absolutely correct, because they have made numerous mistakes trying to preserve life, causing suffering. And I agree with you when you said earlier that persons are incredibly selfish, because they tend to keep individuals, loved ones, in a suffering state as if it's normal.
Yeah, absolutely. It's horrible. It's really horrible. If you go into a care home right now, like Cora was saying, it's horrible. And not all of them, but probably most of them are suffering terribly.
Absolutely, I agree with you. One other aspect I wanted to get into, the emergence of suffering. If we should eliminate all living organisms, have you considered scaling down to the quantum level? Because if you should look at a cell, you're going to see molecules vibrating on that particular level.
Yeah, so essentially we should create the most vast and thorough extinction possible. So yeah, if it takes millions of years to develop an even better way, then we should. We should just keep going. Just keep going.
Right. Well, again, I commend you because we need to highlight MAID and euthanasia. You're going to have some problems with euthanasia because MAID is widely spread across all nations, definitely illegal in the US. Euthanasia is illegal throughout the African countries. It's illegal also. Look, I agree with you saying that humans have gotten to a state where suffering has become a norm and it's mind-boggling.
Yeah,
hey,
absolutely.
Keep doing what you're doing. I'm not sure if it is actually you can accomplish it or the team can accomplish
Well,
it.
we
but
have to,
suffering
right?
is
We have to.
yeah. All right, keep pushing, brother.
Thank you. Thank you for coming on, and consider joining the movement and become an activist for it. Join our community, become one of us. There's dozens of activists making videos every day, trying to grow the movement, asking people to join and help grow the movement as well. The more people that do that, the bigger it will get. And it is working, okay? Some people think that I started this movement and that I'm the only one in it. But no, we get new people pretty much every day starting to make videos to help grow the movement, to get the message out there, to explain things, to help people understand all of these complicated topics, and to grow the movement until we have enough people to take power and carry out total extinction. So that's what we are going to do. That is a necessary part of the logic of the plan, right? We're not going to hide it. We're not going to, obscure it or shy away from it. Yeah, we have to take power. If that's by revolution or any other way, then yeah, all options have to be on the table. What do you mean take power? Yeah, if we have to overthrow the government, then that's what we'll do, right? If we, they fought a war to end slavery. So, I mean, come on. Hello.
Hello again, James.
How's it going?
Yeah. So, about the topic of pro-extinction and all, I understand that we don't want to go around causing mass murder, but if we're going to start this movement, we have to start it now. Because, do you know the anthropologist Jane Goodall?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, she talked about if she had one wish, she would cause a massive part of the population to just disappear without any pain or suffering, because overpopulation is a massive problem. Less than 200 years ago, the Earth's population was at 1 billion, and now it's at 8.2.
Thing is, overpopulation isn't a real issue. There's loads of space for humans, and we can make lots of more food as well.
All right.
I mean, the planet's massive, right? It's gigantic.
Yeah, gigantic.
The vast majority of the planet is uninhabited.
Yeah, and also humans are just innately self-criticizing and innately selfish. Like, they think they are far superior than animals just because they have more neural connections, just because of their mouth and tongue anatomy allowing them to speak. They think they're somehow special. They were chosen by God to be the superior species.
It's ego, right?
Yeah, it's ego.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you, James.
Thank you for coming up. Pleasure as always. And let's get Cora on. But she is on thin ice after making some offensive remarks. Cora, the serial killer, is now joining us. Hello.
No, I don't make any offensive remarks. I just wanted to ask you, where in your daily life do you live your empathy? Where in your daily life do you help somebody? Do you give? Do you take yourself back and give for others? That's my only question.
Yeah, good question. Well, let's see. Well, I try to be nice to people. I don't always succeed. Sometimes I am rude, without meaning it. And
But you
sometimes I
have
get carried away.
maybe you have a girlfriend, don't you? And maybe you cook for her sometimes, or you
Yeah,
don't
I do nice
know.
things for her, yeah.
You do washing, or
Yeah,
I
I
don't
help.
know.
Yeah.
You help with the household. Okay, that's nice to hear. You hold the door for an old lady, maybe?
Yeah.
You do? You smile at a stranger?
Maybe.
Maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe? Okay, that's all I wanted to know. That speaks for you. You've got
Okay,
a beautiful smile, by the way.
Thank you, Cora. All right. Right, the queue is looking very empty. So who's going to be the next volunteer? Right, I will make it easy for you. Right, we should end all suffering. We can do it, and we should. And the only way is extinction. It's the most important thing, the only thing worth doing, the only right thing. Anything else is unethical. We should have a zero tolerance policy on suffering. Otherwise, you by default have an unlimited acceptance of suffering. You can't say, "I know I only allow this much," because how is that going to work, right? And if you do only allow this much, then explain it to me. I want to hear the ratio. So one of the best arguments for extinction is that there is no ratio which says that, this amount of happiness justifies this much pleasure. Extinctionists will tell you there's a zero. It's zero, right? We're not using a complicated ratio. You have to use equations and high-level mathematics. No, just no suffering is acceptable at all. And the thing is, people say, "Oh, you know what? So even a stubbed toe, you can't limit it to that." Okay, in this vast universe with so much going on, there's no way to select an option which says I only want to get stubbed toes. Okay, so if you can get a stubbed toe, you can get unlimited suffering, way worse than that as well. So yeah, you either have a zero tolerance policy on suffering or an unlimited acceptance of it. You don't care who gets hurt, how badly they get hurt. As long as someone's happy, doesn't matter if someone else is begging for death. That's your policy if you're against extinction. It is. And you can say, no, we can solve all suffering without extinction, but how long will it take? How many will suffer in the meantime? And, that you could have helped and you're choosing not to. Hello, how you doing?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Because I'm outside, and also greetings from Germany.
Guten Tag.
Look, guten Tag. I've listened to your arguments, and I'm already kind of convinced. But here's the thing, right? Let's say we abolish all lives, all humans, animals, sort of, or the whole earth. No more living things. That's the goal, right? And that would be also my dream, having the earth vanish. But what, how do we keep life from re-evolving? The cycle is gonna start from all over again if we can't do anything about it. How do you see this?
Well, the thing is, we have millions and billions of years to prevent life from re-evolving. So, we have all the time in the world.
So you could, you think the humanity would be able to stop life from forming altogether in a far future?
Yeah, I mean, look, we've had the internet for 30 years, okay? Just imagine what we'll be capable of 1,000 years from now.
Okay, that sounds possible, but what I also find or should we consider to be possible is, I've heard an argument about like the Matrix kind of thing. We transcend our consciousness to this machine or whatever thing, and then we just exist like we like to lust, and no suffering whatsoever in this matrix-like world. And if we can achieve this as a humanity, that would be like the better option than nothing.
No. So we can do both. We can do both.
How?
So we do extinction, right? And during the mission, during the time we're doing extinction, that will be the priority. But if someone creates that, matrix, then maybe we can use it.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, I agree.
Also, even better than that is that, let's say we make humanity go extinct, we make animals go extinct, and all there is now is just AI and robots, okay? So they can be preventing life for the universe, for other planets, for Earth, and they can also try and create safe conditions for life. So the standard is certainty of safety. So you need, like, basically omniscience.
Yeah, that's also my view on this.
Yeah, so you need omniscience level safety, certainty of safety. If the robots can make that, then they can start creating new life and putting it into it.
Very cool, but I think you should also mention that in your websites, because it's kind of misleading if you just put it in this abolishing way, and then that would be nice, But that's the only counter argument I have for this movement, because
yeah, well, that is the stance of the movement. That's the official position.
All right, thanks.
So yeah, just to clarify, extinction will always be top priority. And yeah, of course, we want to improve conditions for humans. So, we'll be focusing everything on extinction, helping prevent suffering. But yeah, we've got to live while we do it. And yeah, we can put some of our resources to, making sure that we're okay while we're helping others. And if that ever gets to the point where there's certainty of safety, then humanity won't have to go extinct. Now, it seems at this time more realistic, more probable that won't happen, okay? That humanity will have to go extinct and it won't get to go to heaven. But like I say, there will almost, there will probably, not definitely, but probably be AI and robots doing extinctionism after us. And yeah, they can create new humans, put them into the matrix, whatever. So all sides are covered. But even if that even if that's not possible, right? If for whatever reason it's not possible, or it would take too many resources to try and do it, then it's not the priority, right? Safety from suffering is the priority. If you get to go to heaven, then you got lucky, okay? So that's it. We're not going to focus on the heaven. You have to get lucky to go there, all right? It might happen, it might not happen. Doesn't matter. What matters is that you're doing the right thing and providing safety from suffering. It's funny, right? I am an atheist, a full atheist, 100%. But in terms of comparisons to religion and stuff, it's quite funny, right? That you have to do the right thing to have a chance of going to heaven. But it's not guaranteed, and you can't say, I want to be certain that I go to heaven. You have to be a good person, take a chance that you won't go to heaven, and try and do the right thing. So yeah, I find that interesting. Okay, we've got Philip coming on. Filippo. Might have been a ghost in the queue. So yeah, the queue is empty, everyone. We need some new challenges. If you have questions, if you want to know something, now's your chance. And in terms of, I've been trying to explain that yes, it is genetics, and those with better genetics can understand things better. Okay, so those with slightly not as good at genetics, not the top tier, what it means for you is that you're going to struggle to understand extinctionism because evolution has specifically made it so that it will be difficult for you to understand. That's the reason why it's difficult, not because of your upbringing, it's because of your brain's capacity to handle complex concepts, basically. And specifically, not just complex concepts, but specifically these particular concepts, around survival and reproduction are specifically protected by nature, right? To make it hard for you to think about it. So when the movement asked me to join and, explained it, I pretty much instantly agreed, right? I instantly understood it was possible and that it was the right thing to do. So most people can't do that because, when they're loading up the thought process, firstly, they don't have the capacity for such, world, covering topics. And they also aren't allowed by nature to think about those specific, particular topics. It's not just intelligence, it's also specific parts and topics and issues. So, whereas I was able to just go, yeah, okay, good, got it. Most people are not able to think about it, and they're prevented from thinking about it properly. It becomes a whole big, massive, crazy, gigantic question for them, right? Crazy topic, like so much to think about, just you can't even begin to understand it, can't begin to to see how it could be possible or correct. So and your brain will get stressed. You'll struggle to think about it. And look, this isn't. You can say, "Oh, James, you don't do science," but everything I'm saying is true, right? And this is science, okay? And if you've watched my streams, then you'll see that people constantly come up and say, "I'm struggling to think about this," right? Why am I finding it so hard to think about this? Hello, how you doing?
Hey, good day, James.
Good day
Hey,
to you.
man. I'm inclined to be with you, but not entirely, right? Do you entertain practical questions as well?
Okay, yeah.
So practically speaking, right? So I'm joining the movement, but I take it the movement is also how do you say it? Subject to the same powers as the rest of movements and the universe and the world, right? There's nothing special in that regard.
I don't know.
Like we still need money to propagate and to actually, right? So logically speaking, if we are still going to be reliant on money, then donors and people with a lot of money, they would have to be supporting us, correct? So in order for us to then propagate, they would need to die last, right? Because we need their money, so they need to continue supporting us, so they need to die last.
No, I mean,
so in the end, it's just the poor people that need to die first.
No, poor people
and the rich people get to live.
No, poor people are more likely to donate money than rich people.
No. As you can see with any political movement, it's all reliant on big donors. That's why the people with a lot of money have a lot of power. The thing is, James, you don't want everyone to die. You just want the poor people to die.
No, those aren't rich
donors. You're literally
those
just up Bezos is.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so those aren't donors, right? Those aren't authentic, sincere donors that he's talking about when he says that most funding comes from. Yeah, no, it comes from companies basically. So they're doing it as a business action essentially. But yeah, I did door-to-door charity fundraising, knocking on doors asking for money for 4 years. And we would always avoid the rich people areas because they were horrible people, right? Selfish, they didn't care. Oh, I'm already doing my part. We would always go to the poorer areas because it was like infinitely more successful. The poorer people were way more generous. So I don't know what the heck that guy's talking about. Okay, let's bring on GP. Hello, how you doing?
Hi, James. How's it going?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, good. I agree with pro-extinction, but I'm just thinking about a question. Like you said, the medical field right now, their sole aim is to preserve life. So what if maybe somewhere down the line, them as a group, the doctors, the physicians, and they like stand up against us and say, oh, like you guys are just a group of people who are mentally ill, who are like depressed, and then how are we going to prevent them from pathologizing us over our views?
Well, we have rationality on our side, so we can actually use that as a weapon against them if we want to. We try not to. In a sense, I haven't really spoken about this very much, but I would say that, as more rational people, we are smarter than the irrational people. And, there are times where, I'm more aware of someone's own brain than they are of their own, right? And I'm being careful with their thoughts, basically. So I think that we're going to be able to outthink the humanity 1.0. We're going to be smarter, we're going to be better, and we can prove to them, right? If they say, you're being crazy, I'll say, okay, let's sit down and talk it out, right? And I've done this before, right? I've done this several times, like all the way, where, someone's been aggressive and I've said, okay, let's talk it out. And it will get to a point where essentially they become afraid of continuing the conversation because they're losing, right? So we can absolutely prove people wrong with logic, and we have the advantage.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like a lot of professions nowadays, they're trying to put themselves as the universal rule, like with medicine, with like a lot of politics, it's like that. I feel like pro-extinction is kind of like just thinking outside of the box a little bit, and I can like see that, I don't know, like it's just how society brainwashes us, I guess.
Yeah, but society isn't bad just for the sake of it. It's because of nature, right? We evolved to be bad.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for coming on. And I'm really happy to meet, curious people that want to know more about the movement and the ethics and everything. And, what we want most out of these people is for them to join the Discord or to join the WhatsApp and get active. Join the Discord, start asking questions, right? You don't have to be a full activist to join the Discord. You can be on the fence, undecided, you want to know more. Get active, get involved, talk to me, DM me on TikTok if you've got questions. Pretty much everyone that directly messages me on TikTok, I will have the full conversation with. So, don't be afraid to do that. See who we got next. Okay, right. The queue needs more people again. So once again, we're asking people to join the queue, volunteer, come up on stage. And meanwhile, we'll take some questions from the chat. You're avoidant and have no honor. Okay, join the debate then. Join the queue. Who's avoidant now? Join the queue and we'll talk it out. Collective solipsism is going crazy in the chat because I kicked him out. But dude, you were shouting, you were strawmanning, you were, saying that he was actually making a similar accusation that a few people make. Even Cora has made the same accusation, which is that the extinctionism movement, there's no way they're that selfless. There's no way they're that compassionate and ethical. They must be doing it for evil reasons, right? They must be wanting to just wipe out all of the undesirables. That's what he said. So no, we actually, I was thinking about this and it's funny. Okay, it is funny. If we did do that, right? Let's say that, the extinctionists wipe everyone else out and then they go on to live. If the extinctionists were the only ones that managed to reach safe conditions, then that would be the ethical, correct thing to do. We wipe everyone out and then we get to enjoy the world. It sounds evil, but it could be done ethically, right? And that's not the intention anyway. That would be a byproduct. So as extinctionists, as selfless people, we're willing to just do whatever is necessary for the greater good. If we benefit as a result, then great. But if not, then it doesn't matter as much as helping others and doing the right thing. So, but potentially we could cause total extinction and then be the last ones and then, at the last second we discover safe conditions for life and then we get to enjoy it. But the thing is, even if that were to happen, I feel like it is an all or nothing basis. So right now, the world is effectively hell. Okay, so life being born here, it's a bad thing, and we should, provide as much safety from this as possible. We should remove as much life from hell as possible. But if we ever create safe conditions where it is effectively heaven, there's certainty of safety, then it would probably be the opposite, where you should put in as much life as you can, right? So that as many people as possible can enjoy it. And if you think about it, those who are alive today don't matter more than those who are alive in the future. So if someone's enjoying that heaven in the future, then it's no different to someone enjoying it from today. If someone dies and doesn't get to experience it, well, that's no more unfair than the other person, dying and not getting to experience it. So it doesn't matter if you experience it or someone else experiences it. It's kind of the same, right? So it's kind of fair anyway. So yeah, right. I've got a debate coming up soon at some point. I need to sort of ask the German leader, the 16-year-old, about it, because the debate that I'm going to be doing very soon is with a German, and our German leader's been setting it up. Do you know where my debate is? Okay. Right, we've got more people queuing up now, so let's bring on our next guest. Here we go. Hello, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing, mate? So, if it's not for the money thing, right? First, you have to solve corruption, because if you don't solve corruption, your movement will just be abused by the rich and powerful.
Like who?
By like Bezos with his infinite money.
How's he going to abuse it? Abuse
first,
how?
He's going to have to support you, right? Because
why would Jeff Bezos support us?
If they don't, then how are you going to get your funding?
Well, like I said, we can get it from poor people.
Poor people aren't going to be the main source of money. It's always going to be the person that spends
Poor people are the majority of the population, and they're more generous.
Yes, but you cannot force equality in donation. Someone will be donating more than someone else, and then they will be donating the most. Then he will be your biggest donor.
So?
You will always be having some skewed form unless you are willing to reject donations. And I don't see you doing that.
Well, we were actually rejecting donations for the first 2.5 years of the movement.
So you don't have actual parties donating to you, like actual
a lot of people think that I'm funded by Israel for some reason, but no.
No, anything else count. Is there any other institution or collective that is donating to you?
No.
So the entire pro-extinction is standing on its own, your own effort initiative. There's no one behind that.
That's correct.
And how long will that be, James?
It doesn't matter, as long as it takes.
Because the feeling I'm getting here is that you're actually going towards a place where to be able to fund the entire infrastructure and architecture behind a movement like this, you're going to have to rely on someone to bankroll the operation.
Not necessarily.
Can you do it right now? No, right?
No.
No, so your current plan of relying on the massive donations of people is not working. You need a bankroll.
We're not relying on donations.
It's the same that anything.
We're not
else
relying
would.
on donations.
So what are you relying on then?
Activism.
What do you mean activism?
Taking action. You've never heard of activism?
No, I'm like, who's buying your shit? Someone has to purchase.
We're not selling anything.
Yes? No, but you have to purchase stuff to be able to perform any form of activism, right?
I mean, most people have their own phone, so no.
So you're not going to be doing banners or locating people using gasoline to travel.
Yeah, we don't need billions of dollars for that, though.
Any big activist group is supported and
Yeah, whatever. Okay. No, activism doesn't need money. We need people more than we need money. Look, if I get money, what am I going to do with it, right? I'm not going to put an advert on television. Probably won't be allowed. So yeah, people and brains. That's what we need more of. Money is kind of secondary, really. I mean, look, I could boost a post on TikTok or something, but it'll only get seen by bots. So yeah, give us some ideas for what you would use this money for. Hello, how you
Hi
doing?
there. Hi. I have one question. Let's say you announce the killing of 300 people somewhere in Estonia or Paris, I don't know, some country or some city. What do you think will happen in the population, in the society? What will
am I a
happen?
news corporation reporting on an incident, or what's the scenario here?
Any sort of protest on the streets, maybe?
And what happens?
What are you going to do with those people who are protesting against the killing?
I don't know what you're talking about. Like, where is this example coming from?
Let's say you reach your end goal of extinction of 8 billion people and I don't know how many animals. What, in your mind, will happen on the streets of any country in this world?
Well, I think we'd probably plan it a bit better than that, right? We wouldn't be trying to just cause chaos like you're suggesting. Ideally, they wouldn't even see
no
it coming.
chaos. Killing without chaos. This is interesting
I
because
think
even
I
if
think the
one
best way-
person,
Yeah,
you saw the ice cases in America.
Thanks. Yeah. Ideally, they won't even see it coming, right? One to the back of the head. Look, I don't know how it's going to go down. Okay, I don't know. All I know is that it has to go down, and that the sooner the better. Look, why don't you let people speak? Because he's talking about public executions and stuff like that. It's just not going to go down that way. He's imagining like Palestine, basically, right? Basically, that we're going to be going through the streets with trucks with AK-47s or something. No, it's not going to happen like that. Look, this isn't going to happen for hundreds or thousands of years. And I really can't see, society thousands of years from now being the same as it is now, or the solutions for euthanasia being the same. Look, 1,000 years from now, everyone will probably have like a super advanced house, right, with loads of technology, and the whole world will probably be controlled by AI. And yeah, we could probably just push a button that puts something in the water or pumps out some gas or something. So yeah, I don't think they'll see it coming. And that's how it should be, right? We don't want the stress and the fear and the panic. They shouldn't see it coming, ideally. Or maybe we can make it so that they do see it coming if by this point we've progressed to the point that people can get over their fear of death. Okay, so lots of people have come on and said, you're going to cause so much fear and panic and anxiety. Well, again, you're limiting your thinking to today and the situation today. The smarter position is to not be like terribly afraid of death and, screaming and panicking. It's like there are better ways to deal with it, okay? Healthier ways where you can maybe spend your last moments, reflecting on your life and appreciating something like that. Who knows? But either way, right? So we want the best way possible. But if it has to be the worst way possible, then that's still better than the alternative. So being responsible means being willing to commit the worst atrocities possible, to cause any suffering possible as much as it takes, as long as it's definitely ethical, right? Ideally. And I know what you're going to say, well, oh my God, how can you say that, James? What if you make a mistake? But the point is that you do have to be capable of making difficult decisions. Whereas most people right now, they're not. And so they leave their grandparents, suffering terribly in a care home. They don't give them they deny them euthanasia, right? A lot of people are living in places where euthanasia does exist, and, the doctor will say, I don't think they should be, suffering anymore. And the family will say, no, they have to keep living. They have to keep suffering. It's just completely backwards, right? But we're going to do better. Humanity needs to learn to do better. Okay, who else we got? Right, we need more people in the queue, as always. And for those interested, my debate with the German is in 40 minutes from now. So, yeah, I think we're going to take a break. And I'm not actually sure where that debate's going to take place. I should probably find out. Where? Is it on my stream or his? TikTok? Let's find out. I've just asked Renee. Yeah, honestly though, it is amazing that Renee is 16 years old and he is one of the most die-hard, hardcore, responsible activists you will ever see in your life, right? This guy, you know, if you didn't know how old he was, you would think he was like 40 or 50 or something. You know, he's very serious, very smart, you know. This guy's got good genetics, basically. Okay. Renee thinks it's probably on my stream. Cool. All right, so yeah, I am going to take a break now. I'm going to go to my girlfriend's house and we're going to set up shop there. And then we're going to do the debate at her house. She gets home in about 2.5 hours from work. So let's try and bang out the debate before she gets home. Right, for everyone else, message me on TikTok, message me on Discord. Go on my profile on TikTok, go on the website, join the Discord, join the WhatsApp, talk to us, right? If you've got questions, come and ask me. You know, I will answer every single person on TikTok if you message me or on Discord. So come and do it. And yeah, get active and watch my recent videos. I made a good one today, I'd like to think. So check it out and I'll see you all maybe in like an hour or something. We'll see.